Yo. Wow. I just put out the signal. There's already 18 of you guys on Twitch. Going. You guys are on top of things. Sunday stream? I'm not really keeping track of the days. It doesn't really matter. Stream schedule's kind of a thing of the past at this point. We're just streaming when we got time to stream. And that's whenever I'm not editing videos and I'm actually getting to play the game. Pretty much. Any situation where that's true, we are streaming. It's scuffed. It's not so much that it's scuffed. It's just like, I don't know. The schedule, there's not really a point. Like, there's not a point in me having a stream schedule when me working on YouTube videos is always going to be more important than streaming. Like, at that point, there is no schedule, because I will drop a stream every single time in favor of working on a video. And it's always been that way. But it becomes much more apparent whenever the game that I'm playing and making videos on requires a lot of work. Like, telling people about a build in Helldivers is just, like, completely different than making a build guide for PoE. They're completely uncomparable in complexity. Hey, they're magic shots. How different? Well, for starters, one's actually difficult at all. And the other is Helldivers.
Fury.
Oh. Okay. What was that? The ground exploded. I'm stuck. I can't move. Oh my god, this is a crazy start. Is this real? Okay. Maybe I can not get one shot by an on-death effect again that I didn't even see. Or maybe we could stop burying the on-death effects underneath corpses.
Too weak, too slow.
Why am I just dying? What is even hitting me?
Seems we must wait a little longer for salvation.
I don't know what was on that map, but something was not right about that. It was insane. I was just dropping dead from nothing.
It seems
Has never happened before. Not like that. Like the on death was at least visible. Any other time that's ever happened, that was like completely invisible. I saw some stuff charging up, but nothing had gone off yet, and it had just spawned. You know that Gloombugs is back yet? Who cares? That shit was boring the first time. They're just bugs that explode for 0 damage and blow themselves up.
In my sight.
Does anyone like actually honestly care about Gloombugs being back and they're not just faking it for views? My phone. Just started using your build to level. How's it going so far with the build? Anything you plan on changing? Anything I planned on changing, I put in the update video last night, and that should be it until I've beaten all content with it. There'll be one more update video after I've finished all the content in the game, but I'm pretty sure the update last night should be the final say on it until we're done. $512 entries, Jesus.
Fury. An easy trophy.
Insane. We're missing out not using serpents as Deadeye, dude. I swear to God, if I'm just gonna get spammed because Fubgun decided to reroll all day about the stupid wind serpent thing. Are you really worried about missing out on damage? Did you see that? This character's got like 4 days of progress total because I spent the rest of the time upgrading. Like, the damage is fine. Your resistance for a second and skills. It's in the mobalytics guide. I'll show you my resistances. But if you want my skills, that's in the guide pinned in the chat. Yeah, ingenuity will eventually be what everyone should use. It's just genuinely the best belt. And then you just need good breach rings to make it happen. Not a good start for that, is it? Okay. It's better. Shit. Bad. Flat lightning? No flat lightning. This is pretty bricked. So we'll probably buy it for no reason, though. The thing sucks, though. I don't know why that ended up like that. Where is apps? Sure. How to get more bossing DPS as LA. Did you watch my latest update video that I put out last night? Because if not, I would watch it. It's pretty important for boss DPS. I address all of that. Yeah. No, I made the bossing DPS, like, disgusting. LA DPS? Sure. 32k. Do I care much for minion-based builds? It's never been my playstyle. I have almost the exact same build and still max 20% of resistances. If you don't have 75% resistances on all your elements, you're pretty much cooked in endgame. Like, it's the game is balanced around having 75% LE res. Anything less than that and you get torched. Using Lever Guide right now. I'm using Widow Hail, extra boost early. When do you think I should switch to a normal bow? It's actually a pretty common question. You should switch out of Widow Hail. I've never done it myself. I've never used Widow Hail because I always level at the beginning of the league before Widow Hail even exists. But every time someone talks about it, it seems like there's a consensus that it falls off somewhere between Act 2 and Cruel Difficulty. Where, like, it becomes a better idea to just use a normal bow.
An easy trophy.
Surprised that didn't kill me.
You have no time.
I mean, that seems like pretty good bossing damage to me personally.
But now you are super equal.
Yo, Jerry with the prime. Thank you, dude. For the support. Running 37, 7, 68, 15 res, 45 evasion with 1500 HP. Yes, DPS is beyond good. Awesome. Gotta get those reses capped, but the build's doing well for you. I think I missed with my rod there. I think they fixed the delirium percentage getting deeper the further you get away from the mirror. Last league it didn't work. But it feels like mobs definitely get more resilient the further away I get from the mirror in this league. Just kind of how it was always supposed to be. I didn't really read the specific notes about mechanics, but I imagine that's in there somewhere. How to get that damage? 23k on lightning arrow. I have only 10k. It's probably just levels and gear. If you want to look at specifically my set of gear, like you want to see exactly what my items I have, the Mobalytics link that's like pinned at the top of YouTube. If you go to that and click on live gear set, you can look at exactly what I have on. You can look at exactly what my skill tree is, exactly what my current items are. And it's the same for YouTube. You just type !mark build. Like if you're trying to figure out like what you're missing on damage or whatever, or how to like get the same results as I'm getting, it's a pretty safe bet on how to do it. Now my gear isn't like, my gear's not perfect. In fact, it's really far from perfect because I've spent the majority of my league editing videos at this point instead of playing, because all the videos just take so much time to edit. So yeah. God in this build, nice. Thanks for the LA Deadeye builds. Really enjoying it at the moment. Sick. Yeah, that is sick, Shinji. Glad it's doing well for you. I have a dual string bow with extra bolt. One more arrow. I'm shooting 4 arrows at once. Dual string bow with... Okay, see... Oh, yeah, that's awesome. Yeah. Extra arrows are huge. Every extra arrow is a big DPS increase. Next guide, there will be trade links for gearing. I avoid doing trade links. Like, if someone is in my Discord and they ask me personally, like, hey, I'm trying to find an upgrade for this item. Could you help me out? I will go help them get a trade link. Like, I will go look for items for them and give them a trade link individually. But I don't like to provide trade links for my items because... Well, finally. That's the first Rhoa Divine I've gotten in this league. That's actually a sick sound effect. Yeah, someone wants trade links for items, like they need help finding gear on the trade site. I don't mind helping in my Discord, but I don't like to put out a bunch of links for the trade site because that's how gear gets marked up and inflated by people that are scalping. Like, a pal of mine did that for all of the gear in his build, and it was all really specific shit for his Demon Form Infernalist last league. And, like, as soon as he put out those trade links, all of the gear, like, doubled, tripled, quadrupled in price. Because people just went and, like, bought all of the items that were viable for the build and, like, marked them up.
Storm point.
That's why I, like... just give you the general stats that you're looking for and then leave it up to you from there to figure out what you need from the trade site. I feel like it's just better that way. Probably it for that breach.
Another democratic soldier for the cause.
Nice filter, bro. Yeah, it kind of grew on me, Sensei. At first, I was like, it's kind of sensory overload. Like, there's so many sounds, and like, some sounds are more exciting for certain items than I'd like sometimes. But like, it kind of grew on me. Also, I don't know if you were in here for it, but we got the first Rhoa Divine drop, and that is a very good selection for the sound effect for that, by the way. I finally heard it for the first time. I love that. That's so good. The Divine is insane. Yeah, that was a good sound effect. I like the roll design of your Discord. Yeah. We've been branching out a lot lately with the games that we play in my Discord. Trying to be a wider gaming community than just like one game over time. Yeah, that was a Zelda chest get. I'm level 80. Should I get crit nodes? I'm pretty sure I have it listed out, like the exact order you should pick up everything underneath the passive tree. And I like listed it out in the videos as well. Like the order to do things. I don't really remember exactly like the numbers. Too high ranked, and I will balance it in the filter. What was the one that I was thinking was like more armor scraps is like a little bit more exciting than it should be probably. I think that's one of them.
Nothing you have done was real.
Fury. Quick and lethal.
How important is Inspiring Ally? You don't necessarily need to take Inspiring Ally is really good value because it's 5 points for an 80% increase in damage, which, like, you know, it's not like literally 80% more damage because that's not how that works, but it is a big amount of damage for 5 points. And beyond that, it also means that you can get companion damage on emeralds, which scales higher than normal damage increases on emeralds. Like, everything normally caps out at 15, but companion caps out at 20. So it gets you even more damage to have the companion ally node at that point if you start doing that as well. So I think it's pretty good value. I've definitely spent points on less damage, like last league. Or like on Maim, for example, like Maim 3-pointer for, I think, 44% damage. Aiming strike. Definitely lower value than the 80 for 5.
An easy trophy.
Ritual makes me uncomfortable. I have an old version of the filter. Rebalanced a lot and it's now finished. Okay, sick. How do we get this awesome filter? I have it posted in my Discord Sensei's video underneath filters in the PoE libraries section. You watch over my build, I have no clue how to scale it more. If you link your items in my Discord to me, I will probably take a look like after stream, or if like we do a break or something. I like doing gear reviews, it's fun. Oh, I'm dead. Little bit of a chaos damage
The
puddle
hour
on the
grows
ground there.
late. Perhaps we are in need of a new on.
I need not 10% chaos resistance. It's starting to get annoying. Just getting popped by the explosions that wait until you walk over them to start detonating. And it just looks like a yellow piss puddle on the ground until you walk over it. It's super good game design. Really fun. Glad they kept that way. I love dying to yellow piss puddles instead of monsters. Doomsayer into your necklace to boost Herald? You can, but Herald doesn't help you against bosses, and the thing that people are going to have issues with, if they have any issues at all, is going to be boss damage. Your mobbing damage is, like, it does not need to get any higher after a certain point. Mapping damage is not a problem at all. Better to invest in something that's going to improve both your bossing and mobbing capability. If you got Doomsayer on like a Megalomaniac or something, then that'd be like different because that's a luxury. I think that's like a better pickup. A critical exploit's fine. Elemental, yeah, storm charge is the ideal one, in my opinion. It's not too expensive, but it's definitely not like zero. Not as expensive as what we used last league, that's for sure.
An easy trophy.
What does Storm Charge do? Storm Charge is crit rate and elemental damage.
Fury.
Yeah, and I guess the glass breaking is like a little bit loud whenever it stacks on top of itself, but you probably rebalance that in the new version. I'll have to grab that at some point today. Okay, nice. You still lose XP for dying in maps? Yeah, you do. You can mitigate it though. Like if you are high level and you don't want to lose your XP in maps, then just buy a amelioration omen and use it.
In my sight.
Typically cheaper to just lose a couple X than lose your XP. I hate how mobs just hide in Ritual. Or they don't activate because you have to walk into them or something. If there was ever a time I really miss Orb of Storms, it is during Ritual. Are additional arrows of bow counted in the overall DPS? So, when you think about it, logically, it takes you 7 shots of lightning rods to get your full 20 rods, and then you can start blasting with lightning arrow. At that point, it doesn't matter how many lightning arrows you fire, you're going to get the same results. But getting to 20 faster is a DPS increase.
Fury.
A very substantial one. Especially if you otherwise only have 1 arrow. Like if you... Ow. If you only have 1 arrow, then that's 20 shots to get to the 20 lightning rods. If you have 2 arrows, that's 10. 3, that's 7. 4, that's 5. And then 5, that's 4. So it amps your DPS to have more arrows. But there's like breakpoints to it. And basically what it comes down to, and the reason we pulled Scattershot, is once you already have 3 arrows, going from 3 arrows to 5 arrows, that's a really big DPS increase. But because we're losing 35% of our damage off the top, plus the attack speed malice of Scattershot, and then you can compare it to just instead using something that would give us a positive. At that point, it stops being worth it. It stops being a benefit. It starts being a detriment to bossing DPS. Especially, like I said in the video, whenever you consider every single boss starts off by giving you a monologue and telling you his life story, and you can just set down 20 below him, whether you have Scattershot or not, for way more burst damage, it's like a huge difference. No, the bow DPS shown is not going to consider arrows. It has, it won't show you anything. I don't even know if POB can tell you the difference in damage with Lightning Rod. Probably can't quantify it.
Thunderous shot.
POB can be very useless for those kinds of things. Map's done. Oh, I'm glad I checked it. I'm glad I checked it. I'm glad I checked it.
Another
That's
democratic
big.
soldier for the cause.
First audience of the league. You suggesting to take Scattershot out of the league? Yeah, do not use Scattershot anymore once you have 3 arrows. I would not use Scattershot anymore once you have 3 arrows. It's like not worth it this league. It was still fine last league, but then they nerfed Scattershot this league, and now it's not worth it anymore for us. Alright, we're going to be doing Ritual for a little while. Later, Akami. 2 additional arrows feels snappier than a 299 bow with 1 additional arrow. No, like I said, like additional arrows is really, really good. Additional arrows is super good. Additional arrows is like, for bossing, is one of the biggest DPS increases our build can even have. Like, if you go from 1 to 2 arrows with Lightning Rod, you're kind of, in a way, doubling your DPS. You go from 2 to 3, like, you're increasing your DPS by 50%. You go from 3 to 5, you're increasing it by 66%. But you go to 3 to 5 with Scattershot, that's like why it becomes bad, because Scattershot is a negative 35% to our attack damage plus the negative attack speed, and we could instead, the opportunity cost of like, we could have something positive instead.
Storming arrow.
Shinji with the prime, thank you, man. Appreciate the support, guys. You guys see the new drops? I'm hyped to get the Rhoa armor. I've already finished my drops. I was watching my pal Loopy play for a bit. It hasn't arrived yet, though. A little bit sad about it. But I'm hyped for the Rhoa armor.
Another democratic soldier for the cause.
Patience.
What would you suggest to increase DPS if you're already shooting 4 arrows? Crit. Extra arrows and crit. If you're already shooting 4 arrows, you're chilling. Like, you can max out your lightning rods in only 5 casts. I'd say that's fine. That's definitely better than the 7 it takes me. If I had my dream bow, it would be a bow with double critical suffixes and +2 arrows. On a Gemini. That'd be my dream bow. Get full lightning rod stack after only 4 casts. Without the scattershot damage malice. That's the dream. Okay, our audience is here. 100 div or a mirror. Oh yeah, no. That's why I said dream bow, because the only place I'm ever going to see it is in my dreams. I think I just died to the wave. I really don't like doing ritual with this build. Without acrobatics and without chaos resistance, it feels terrible.
Nowhere to run.
It's so scuffed. Wait, did it defer? Yes, it did. Okay.
Fury.
As long as it deferred, I don't care. I guess I should probably not be doing it in delirium. That's not helping.
Too slow.
That definitely made it worse. Doing it anyway. Yeah, our strong suit is definitely in delirium and breach, where the freedom of movement can actually be utilized. I need to get used to my game being permanently grayscale again too. Like, enemies are kind of sinking into the background. I'm not seeing them in time. Was like kind of enjoying having color back. Is 50 plus crit chance needed? Not really, no. Ability was amazing, nice. Like my crit chance, my base crit chance is like 23, I think. And then blindside brings it up to 38. Like even then, that's still just a really ridiculous amount of damage. Case in point. Ouch. We're so back. Yeah, dude. How to clear a boss? Like that. Pretty much like that. Also, I went over bossing. I went over bossing in the latest update video posted to my YouTube channel. Like, I talked about how to change up the build for bossing, what gem swaps you're going to want to do for pinnacle content. And I also talked about some stuff that I had gotten wrong in the previous video. Like the update video, if you are playing my build, like, it could literally give me 0 revenue and 0 internet clout. I don't give a shit on YouTube if you're playing my build, it is like a PSA for you to watch my latest update video, because it is going to help you out so much. It has so many important things in it for this build. Like, that video could make me $0, and this is me just genuinely man-to-man telling you that video is important. I would, yeah, just zero other motivation than it will help you, and it's important that I want to make sure that you guys have the best build that you can have.
Too weak, too slow. Face me. Storming arrow.
Ew. I am not healing. This feels bad. There's nowhere to go. It's just a wall of death effects. Ouch.
Quick and lethal.
Under assault from the ghost of Christmas past there. That rare hadn't been alive in minutes.
Bones to dust.
Another democratic soldier for the cause.
I've never really talked about this either, but if you want to lock down an area, like you have enemies spawning into a ritual with lightning arrows, then like spread a bunch of lightning rods around the field and then find a hard surface to bank the arrows off of. Because the chains are what cause the lightning sparks and allows you to like lock down an AoE with your lightning rods. Important, adds lightning damage to this build and only physical enough. So like physical and lightning are interchangeable because here, this comes up actually pretty often. Might as well talk about it a little bit. So if you look at the skills, lightning arrow is predominantly physical damage because it's 60% physical, 40% to lightning on the projectile itself, and then the beams that come out of it are 100% physical to 100% lightning. So most of the damage is lightning, but your physical damage, all of it, no matter what, physical damage is always converted to lightning. So physical is technically like better than lightning, but they're very comparable. And then if you go to lightning rod, literally all of your physical is converted to lightning. So whether you have lightning or whether you have physical, it doesn't matter. It does the same. But then, like, the reason I say do not do fire, do not do cold is because our passives, we don't scale anything into fire and cold. We have no fire or cold scaling in our tree. We have no fire or cold resistance pen in our tree, really. I think we have like 12% all res pen or something like that. But mostly it's lightning pen. So any additional stats in the form of fire and cold are diluted. But physical and lightning is always good.
In my sight.
And because, like, we don't live in a perfect world where we can have perfect items, it's more often than not just going to come down to, like, can I get this item cheaper than this item if it's got physical versus lightning, or if it's got lightning versus physical? Because, like, both are usable, both are good, and it's just going to be about, like, well, what can I afford? What can I actually pay for? And typically you'll find that lightning items are cheaper than physical items because more builds can utilize a physical bow than a lightning bow. Whereas, like, the only lightning bow build that exists that's, like, people are using is, like, basically mine. That's pretty much it. No good. All right, we're out of here. When will find a greater perfect jeweler orb when the time is right? Just a random drop. Love the build. Just got into cruel with the build, but I don't know what to do about resistance. How do I go about capping them correctly? So when you reach... Well, you're getting into cruel, so you don't really need to worry about it too much. Like, you really just need to keep things positive and just keep the status quo as far as resistances going through cruel, unless you're playing on, you know, like, hardcore. If you're playing on hardcore, obviously you can't do what I just said. It doesn't work that way. But if you're playing normal, then you don't need to worry too much. Like, if you die every once in a while, it's still... If you get into a boss encounter that's, like, giving you a hard time because the type of damage he's dealing, then you can always just, like, sock it onto a charm that gives you the elemental resistance that you're lacking. And it's pretty chill through cruel. Once you get through cruel, though, what I suggest every single Path of Exile player ever does, as soon as they finish cruel and they're going into mapping, is you should take off your entire set of items, everything that gives you resistances. And after you do that, just basically look at this. You look at your resistances, you look at your pieces, and you say, which one of these are actually good and which one of these are complete shit? Is any of this not complete shit? And if it's not complete shit, put it back on and then work from there. And just, like, prioritize filling up resistances. It's going to be the cheapest to fill resistances on your belt and your helmet above all else. Because the thing is, gloves, chest, and boots all have other desirable, expensive stats that people want. But helmets and belts really are just there to give HP and res. So typically you can get a good belt with res and HP, or at the very least good res. Same with the helmet, and then work it out from there, basically.
Shocking.
Pretty much how it works. How much HP and evasion do you have? Not enough. Almost getting one shot with 75% all res, 82 evasion, 16. Don't know what to do. I mean, almost getting one shot sounds like you're doing pretty good, honestly. I'm getting one shot. Sometimes you just get one shot. We need more HP. ideally this build would have 2300 HP like it did last league, but it's still so early in the league. It's hard to find items that have good HP rolls, and they're worth a fortune right now. Everyone's charging super hard for evasion gear this league. It's just it's tough to get a good amount of HP. Being squishy is just going to kind of come with the territory until better gear becomes more available, or just have the money to throw down, like the currency to throw down on some better items. But yeah, ideally you get over 2300 life at the end of by the end of the league. You scale up to 2300 life, somewhere around there, and you get yourself an Allrot's Resolve Flask for guard. And at that point, you'll be pretty tanky, actually. You're not going to be a tank. We're never going to be a tank. Deadeye is just not known for its tankiness. That's also why I don't tell people to play this build on hardcore. It's pretty volatile. Things can go wrong instantly. But, you know, it's fast. It farms quick. And sometimes you die, and that's just the price you pay for a build that otherwise operates as cheap as this one does.
Thunderous shot.
It's pretty chill this league, though, considering you can die and you don't lose your maps unless you have 6 mods on them. Like, if you're not sure about getting killed or not, you can always just leave yourself an extra portal, and then it's kind of chill. The only time it becomes a problem is whenever you're trying to push, like, upper 90s, and it can be hard to, like, keep your experience if you're dying all the time. I'm actually having that problem right now. Yeah, the only way to mitigate it is just get more HP. I hate this shit. Where is this enemy? Oh, it's on top of me and very small. I didn't even see it. Get me out of there. Any special arm that you're using? Like glove? No, I'm just using normal gloves. Charm? Oh. No, I'm just using a gold charm because I'm greedy. Or rarity. If I wasn't greedy, I would use a thawing charm. And if I had extra charm slots like we're going to eventually, probably a slowing charm and a thawing charm. Like, if I had 3 charm slots, then I would be doing slowing charm, thawing charm, gold charm. New to the game, how are you shooting 3 arrows with lightning arrow? I'm shooting 3 arrows with lightning arrow because my bow is a Gemini bow. So it has an implicit modifier that gives an extra arrow. And then third ascendancy with my build is spent on endless munitions, which gives an extra projectile to all attacks. Actually, all anything, doesn't even have to be an attack. If it fires projectiles, it fires an extra one as Deadeye. Nope. Damn. Yeah, one through the bow, one through the passive. Is this build contingent on using lightning bolts to hit DPS on the boss? Yes. Yeah, you have to put lightning rods under the boss. Whenever you're leveling, I talk about this, I think, in the leveling guide. Whenever you're leveling, if a boss moves and makes you miss your lightning rods or like gets out of the way of your lightning rods, you just want to barrage lightning rods back underneath them after they move. Or like anticipate that they're going to move. So it's like, boss is here, you're shooting, you know they're going to move, so you don't spend your barrage, and the second they move, you barrage lightning rod and you keep shooting. Have I dropped any keys yet? No, I've dropped no keys.
Too weak, too slow.
Yeah, that does make it harder to use the build against mobile bosses. But it is still possible. 2300 seems really high. I'm at 1800 and have good HP on most of my gear. Well, you think you have good HP, and for this stage of the league, you probably do have good HP, but in reality,
Yes.
it's not good HP. 1800 was pretty low last league by the end. Good gear is filtering into the economy much slower this league than last league. Which probably has something to do with a lot of good players not wanting to play this league. It's kind of part of it. Just because it was like not enough like PoE 1, I suppose. Endgame PoE, what's the best way to actually start making Delirium Breach good? Like, I get them when I can, but still like miles from getting the boss fight to start the Atlas for them. It's really just a matter of you just kind of keep doing it, and eventually you get enough to start them. There's an argument to be made for buying your first keys into pinnacle fights if you're strong enough to handle them, because if you buy your way in, then you are going to be able to, you know, build up the items used to make the keys or get the keys faster and easier, and then you can just sell the extras. So if someone has the currency to just buy their way into a mechanic like Breach or Delirium or whatever, and they're strong enough to do the pinnacle fights, pretty much every single time it's better to just buy the keys than farm them out yourself, because of how much longer it takes to farm out those keys whenever you have no points in the tree yet. There's my audience. I got my first logbook last night, I think. And I did it off stream, and it gave me a boss. And it's so funny. The guy didn't even get to move. The fight started, and he sat down. He went into phase 2. Then he got up, and he died. That was the whole fight. It was even less gameplay than last league. Which was sad, because that guy has, like, probably the coolest mechanics out of any pinnacle boss, and I've never had like a legitimate fight with him because the DPS on my build's always too high by the time I do, and he just dies.
No mercy. Now this will come in handy.
Having trouble upgrading your Expo? Expo. If you available for the build I'm running, that sucks. My total life and mana 1658, 557. Thanks for this build, bro. No problem. Hope it's working well for you guys. I know it's been probably the most fun I've had in PoE. Like, the build last league with Cast on Shock, Ball Lightning was really fun. Don't get me wrong. But, like, riding around on the Rhoa and hitting speed shrines and shit is just, like, a different kind of feeling. It's so insane. It's like some full-on PoE 1 energy. How fast you just carve through everything.
Out of mana. I need more mana.
Oh, I didn't do... There was a Delirium Mirror that I didn't do. I didn't see it at the beginning. That sucks. Didn't do my mirror, we're still missing a thing.
But now you are super equal.
Oh, hell yeah. Like this. Like, this is different.
Fury!
This feels different. Whee! There's nothing to kill and it's still fun. And with there being like pretty much no reason to not go for shrines with our Atlas, even more fun. Oh, I think I just killed myself. Whoops. I probably should have been looking at the stun meter, huh? A little bit carried away. What prevents me from being one shot?
Fury!
Dodging. Evasion. Physically moving my character out of the way. Our mobility's kind of peaked, so technically, as long as you're locked in, which I am not today, by the way, you can kind of just get out of the way of most things, and it's chill. Or you just kill them before they kill you. Just one-shot things from, like, off your screen. It doesn't work very well in Ritual, is why I said Ritual's our weakest link. Like, Ritual, everything about Ritual is counterintuitive for this build. The enemies spawn all around you, which doesn't give you a chance to kill them when they're off your screen. There's tons of AoE damage flying all over the screen. A lot of it's chaos damage, which we don't have much resistance to unless you have a lot of currency to throw at chaos resistance. And we have no room to move around to get away from physical AoE slams from melee attacking enemies.
No mana. Quick and lethal.
And it was fine last league because we had acrobatics and we actually had quite a bit of chaos res from our jewel. But yeah, this league, it's kind of cooked on the Rhoa. We're definitely way better doing Delirium and Breach where we have freedom of movement. And our mobility is actually an advantage.
No mana. Thunderous shot.
Update the filter. Kind of doesn't really take a second, does it? I mean, I guess I can update it real quick. Oh, it actually was very quick now. Because it was just an update. No, it actually was fast now. How do you find Rogue Exile encounters? They kind of fell off in a lot of different ways. They are not a threat. They don't drop very good loot. And they are a glorified white mob at this point. So they're definitely not worth investing in, that's for sure. I would not invest in them. I would do pretty much anything else. Gas Arrow is easier for leveling. This might be better endgame since you don't need Radiant Grief. I would not say Gas Arrow without Radiant Grief is better for leveling. And my leveling guide was made like day 1, day 2 of the league before that kind of stuff was really available. It's like, yeah, there are speed leveling strategies that are going to be faster than this build leveling, but do people like really want to play a different play style just because it's slightly faster than the play style they actually intend to play? If they're like pretty comparable to each other, including leveling uniques. I mean, I know there are people that do that, but it just seems like it definitely doesn't seem like something that I would ever account for in like a guide or anything. Lightning Arrow DPS 32k unbuffed. Here, we can watch it together.
Fury. Barely broke a sweat. No mana.
Recommend clearing full map or only the bosses and objectives. If you're still building your atlas, just do bosses and leave. If you're still building your Atlas, don't spend any of your like juiced areas and towers or anything. Don't hang around after you complete an area and cleanse it or whatever. Just keep going full gas towards the next bit of corruption until you finish your Atlas. Once you finish your Atlas, if you're doing juiced maps like juice nodes, T15s, at that point, probably actually clear the map.
Out of mana. Fury.
Enlightened. It's the first time I've gotten enlightened.
I shall overcome. Barely broke a sweat. Need more time.
You definitely didn't update. I literally did. It said it updated. I went to the page and it said, yep, it's updated. Is there something else I had to do? Like, actually, do I have to actually re-download it as well? What's the point in it saying it updated? If it doesn't also... I don't know. This is the most... I want you to know that this is the most I have ever given a shit about a filter. Last update. Looks good to me. Magnetic salvo, because you're mounted? Because I'm mounted. Can I see your bow? Sure. If you want to see my whole gear set, it's on the Mobalytics page pinned at the top. Just check live gear. Your build is so good, it made me play the campaign again. That is probably the highest tier compliment you could possibly pay a build in the current state of Path of Exile 2, I would say. From where do you get that much DPS? I follow your planner and make 22k. I mean, there's no difference. Like, I have my whole gear set posted. It's probably just levels at that point. I don't know if you're level 92 or not. I got a suffering. That's huge. I love that. Those are probably not worth that much anymore, right? Like, the league's been going for a little while.
Hey.
Probably can't get that much money for my essences. Actually, that is still pretty solid money. That is not bad. Yeah, if I use magnetic salvo, I'll get dismounted.
Hello.
What even ring was that? It's basically a resistance ring. How much? Bro, you're the one buying it. What do you mean? You ask me for a discount and then say, how big of a discount can you give me? I don't know, dude. I have 8 only? Alright. Sure, whatever. I didn't even know this thing was in my inventory, so whatever. I can't be bothered. Your live set still says using Death Rush. Death Rush is right here. I am currently equipped with Death Rush. What do you mean? That was quite the exchange. I've never had that happen before. Can I get a discount? Sure. How much of a discount can you give me? It's so funny. I respect it though. I respect the hustle. Oh, these have fallen off. This is not good cash. Right here. The suffering was good though. Sure do love some suffering. You guys enjoying your inflation? Your turbo inflation? It being here again?
Hey.
I know I am. And I'm lagging. Later, Zolly. A huge difference compared to mine in damage. Yeah, I mean, that'll do it. If I fail to Ascendancy last boss, do I have to do every trial again? Are you talking about Chaos Trial? Because if so, yes. Oh, yes to both. If you fail trial, you have to redo it. Like if you fail trial boss, you need to get another key. Another set of keys, I mean. If you fail Sekhmet, then you need to do the whole thing again. Best I can do is one. At least being polite about it, yeah. No, it was just funny. Like I wasn't upset about it or anything. It's a funny way to go about bartering. I've never seen that before. Very interesting way to barter.
Storming arrow.
I've come to bargain.
Swift and lethal. Prepare yourself.
Thanks for the amazing guide, my dude. Sick. Congrats. Big milestone. Big power spike. Fourth Ascendancy definitely helps out a lot with getting one shot as well. You can still be one shot, but Like, I was watching someone play Huntress with full evasion with like 2300 HP and still getting one-shot by AoEs, and I'm like, how is that even possible? That shouldn't be possible with that much life. And then I'm like, oh yeah, we have Tailwind 30% DR. That's why that doesn't kill us. You forget about how fortunate you are to have those kinds of things whenever you see a Huntress playing full evasion. And they don't have that luxury of 30% DR on the first hit they take for anti-burst. I could also be less squishy than I am if I wasn't being rarity pilled. And I hated rarity last league, but the build's pretty good for utilizing rarity due to the, like I said, the delirium, not so much delirium, but the breach, being good at breach. So it feels like this early in the league, it makes sense to try and stack economy. And then like I'll just stop using it later and use more HP. It does suck though, having like less than 2k life.
Thunderous shot.
Best way to get good economy. Kind of depends. Like, I would say the best way to get good economy in this game is to do the mechanic or the end game mechanic that you find the most enjoyable and then stack it to the rooftops. Or like figure out what your build is good at doing and then just focus on those end game mechanics, whatever they may be. That's probably the most important part, because there are a lot of ways to get rich in PoE2. In fact, there are more ways to get rich than there are to be poor. But if you're not enjoying what you're doing or your build isn't good for what you're doing, then it's not going to matter. Oh, new video. It's been a few. What was your order of ascendancy? I went over it in the endgame version. I think I went over it in both the leveling version and in the endgame version. Ascendancy is Gathering Winds. I just got blown up. That triggered my resurgence. I'm mad. Gathering Winds, followed by
Storming Arrow.
Point Blank, followed by Endless Munitions, followed by the DR thing that I forget the name of. After Tailwind. Gathering Winds. Best way is to trade and craft, not farming, but yeah, if you enjoy farming, then do it. Well, trade and crafting, that's like not playing the game. That's being a hideout warrior. There are people that enjoy doing that, but it's not something I'm going to tell people to ever do unless they're into that kind of thing. If someone wants to go for the hideout warrior playstyle, then I'd recommend like checking out some of Belton's crafting guides and stuff like that. Get a better understanding of the game's crafting systems.
I need more mana.
Pretty much how I learned anything about anything. Last league, he made a pretty comprehensive guide to like everything. I think I still have it pinned in my Discord. I got an amelioration. Maybe I'll actually get to keep this XP.
Ready to hunt.
Nope.
The hunt begins. The hunt is death.
Hey, good thing I... Wait. The amelioration didn't pop. I just got screwed. What was that? My XP. No.
Take this.
Map juicing method. Don't really have one exactly yet. Just kind of playing through everything I created while I was farming for my Atlas at the moment, which most of the time that was just juicing the tower with a breach tablet, a irradiated tablet, and a delirium tablet every time. So now we get to double back and utilize all of that juice that we created for ourselves. New cloud download with a new name. That's the only way to fix it, but don't worry. Last ever version, you will not have to do it again. Yeah, I don't believe you.
Rather not break my back. Got no pack space.
That definitely looks different. Things have changed in size. The build's been working great. Notice that I've been having a lot of mana issues with bosses. Do you have any recommendations? I basically gave... if you go to the FAQ section of my latest update video, that is the very first FAQ I answer. Because I keep hearing people having trouble with mana issues. So it's like the first thing I talk about.
speak.
So I want to try to get the most juice for the squeeze, and by that I mean get the most disappointment possible whenever I'm doing maps. I maximize the amount of rarity on the map, just in general. Like between the waystone, my character, the map. And that maximizes my disappointment. Will you try TLI League, by the way? TLI. Is that PoE 1? If so, no. Go check it out, you rock. Yeah, I highly recommend the new update video if you're playing my build. If anyone has not seen that, it is muy importante. Very, very beneficial video. What is this thing? What am I looking at here? Why have I been sent to Japan? This is so slow. Everything's so delayed. I can't even get on the bird. Can I join your guild? Yeah, sure. Anybody can join the guild. Just send me a message in game. Here's my in-game name. Good publications. Can you show your items? Check the Mobalytics guide at the top of the like the top of YouTube. There is a section called Live Gear Set, and that has my live gear set in it. You can look over all my stuff if you want. And it'll also stay updated over time. So if you want to follow the page, then you can just like check at any time what gear I have on. Torchlight Infinite. Yeah, if it's a PoE 1 thing, then no. I have no intention to ever play PoE 1. PoE 1 hurts my hands. Stupid flasking and no WASD movement. No thanks. I played one league of PoE 1. I played Sentinel League. I had fun. I completed all the content in the game one time on one build, and that was enough for me. Never wanted to play again. Until PoE 2 came out and had WASD movement, and not 5 different flasks. Oh, wait, you're actually talking about Torchlight, like the game Torchlight. Okay, I thought it was like the name of a PoE 1 thing. Probably not. I didn't like Torchlight too much when I played it.
Storming Arrow.
Torchlight or Torchlight 2. Wasn't really big into it. I'm not typically into ARPGs very often. PoE was just kind of like something I got into originally just because my friends really liked it.
Barely broke a sweat.
But then I ended up really liking it. But it's typically pretty hard for me to enjoy an ARPG. The game's breaking. The sizing on things is definitely better. This is not good. The stability right now is very bad. Oh, hey, look. He rolled multiple breaches.
Here we go.
Fury! Quick and lethal.
Breach stayed open for a long time. It's the latest version. I finished it. Yeah, it looks good. Looks good. Sounds good. Mission accomplished. Also, armor scraps do not look important anymore, which is good because they're not. A really good meme, though, would be making it... Man, you know what would be a sick meme if armor scraps were the same colors as Rage Gaming Videos channel colors. Now that would be funny.
An easy trophy. That's quite nice.
Class pianoing was truly the worst. Yeah, that made my hands hurt. My hands have never hurt the way they hurt whenever I played PoE 1. I turned in my scraps for 1 div today. Hell yeah. Hopefully you will get a key drop. I've not had a key drop yet this league. I think someone showed me one and I was like, hey, what's that? I haven't seen that. So for most of the time I've been playing, I didn't even know what they were.
Back to the dirt.
Not a great breach.
An easy trophy.
I'll take a corruption. Cool. Notice the volume change? Oh yeah, like I almost didn't even notice that that exalted orb dropped. Yeah, the audio is completely different.
What is it?
I'm starting to think that it might actually be my hideout causing the issue. Like, this is bad. I can barely move. I'm gonna go for a reset. Imagine they just have a horrible memory leak attached to the $400 hideout. I'm not gonna say I don't deserve it, because I do. And it would be funny if that's what's happening right now. Yeah, we might have to go back to our roots, go back to our original hideout. Oh no. I logged in, I already can't move. Hmm. It crashed, by the way. Not feeling very stable today. How you can do a lot of damage, especially boss, because of the crits? Well, it is a crit build, so that's definitely a big part of it. Like, a critical hit with this build hits for like 5x damage. And we're critting like 35% of the time on Lightning Rod against bosses. The bosses getting hit a million times with the bosses. Every time you shoot a lightning arrow at a stack of lightning rods on the ground underneath a set of like, you put out 20 lightning rods underneath a boss, you shoot it one time, the boss is getting hit by the lightning arrow and 20 lightning rods. So like whatever you see in the tooltip here for average average damage per use, multiply this by 20. And that's your bossing damage that you're dealing. And then look at your critical hit chance. So add 15 for blindside. So I'm at 37. 37% of the time, we're critically hitting for 521% of 6,000. And we're doing that 20 times per attack when you fire lightning arrows into it. Like, that's where all the damage comes from, basically. We're to buy a new. Yeah, quiver looks fine. It depends on what you're trying to do. Like, that quiver looks fine to me. It depends on like what stage of progression you're at, I suppose. Like, I would probably want to change it if I was trying to kill like tier 3, tier 4 pinnacles, but like that's probably fine until you're at that stage. All right, we're going to change hideout and see if that makes things better. Go back to the Feld hideout. Is it still going to have my setup? That would be nice. It does. Yeah. No, that is actually the problem. The hideout is causing the game to feel laggy. Not like frame laggy, but like connection laggy. Which is really weird. It's like giving me artificial latency. All right, let's go try to find a fun map to use this on. We need one ideally with ritual on it so that we can keep trying to get our deferred audience. Oh, I didn't tell you guys about this, but do you guys remember whenever we did the silent cave on stream and it bugged out and it didn't give me the points? This is now the only 2 points I'm missing from my Atlas. And I'm very salty about it. I am in Feld hideout. We switched. you have any advice for the following issue? New player. I'm following a cast on. Oh God. Well, that's because you're not supposed to. Cast on shock doesn't work in 0.2. It only worked in 0.1. So I think you're following an old build from last league. And you should use the newer ones. Yeah, drop cast on shock entirely. Drop cast on shock and ball lightning. That is old meta. Doesn't work anymore. Is there... I think there should be some good ones up here. This is gold gain. 33% rarity of items found. Just run this one. What is the state of my current Atlas tree points? Currently, Atlas tree is like this. Pretty much exactly what I have on the Mobalytics page. If you scroll down to the Atlas under Endgame. And I think it's also under late Endgame. I have it just listed the same. The last 2 points would go into Shrine type selector, and then I'm undecided if I would... I guess it depends. If I was trying to level up, I would run Wisdom, and if I was done leveling up, I would run Guidance. Yeah, I haven't changed anything. And then my recommendations for your endgame atlases for Pinnacle content are the same. I don't have them yet because I haven't had enough time to like finish that content this league. I still have to grind for currency, but
We made it ready. Let's do this.
that's what I'm going to be doing as soon as I finished it. Haven't had much time, but now I will have all the time I need to get it done because I don't plan to do another build update video until the build is in its final state, has beaten all content in the game again, and then we'll do one final update video, but I shouldn't need to do anything else until then, other than like some minor tweaks to Mobalytics probably, but nothing that'll be demanding a new video.
Remind yourself that overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer.
Probably. The only thing I'm confident in is that I can die at any moment. To just about anything.
That's quite nice. Quick and lethal.
Like that. Kinda like that. I shouldn't have ran into melee range of that thing. Probably a bad decision. Pretty good breach though.
Storming arrow.
Why don't you use Orb of Storms? Well, I'm on a Rhoa, so I can't because that's a spell. And then besides that, it also doesn't work that way anymore. Like it's a DPS loss to cast Orb of Storms. You can't cast on Shock anymore. You can't cast on Shock and you can't Orb of Storms. Or more Lightning Rod procs per second. That meta is dead.
This land shall know Kitava's hunger.
Quantity of logbooks. For rare monsters.
Charge, Arrow. Too weak. Too slow.
They're not dying.
Got no pack space for that.
Keep scamming me here. I'm still specced into it. Was your tool deeper than slaughtering T4 Zesh? Chance we should be aiming for? Tier 4 Zesh. I haven't done Tier 4 Zesh yet. But my tooltip will probably be the same as it is now. I just need to farm up the currency and resources to fight him.
I speak.
This filter sounds fun. It is. Does additional arrow only help on maps? No, it multiplies your DPS whenever using Lightning Rod because it cuts down on the number of times you need to cast Lightning Rod against bosses. Because you want to maintain 20 Lightning Rods under the boss and then fire Lightning Arrows. And it's easier and faster to set that up whenever you fire more arrows. So not only does it help with DPSing in maps, but it also increases boss DPS and increases burst DPS. What's my DPS on Lightning Arrow? 32k unbuffed.
Yes.
Like sitting in the lobby, 32k. Swapping items mid-round is kind of hard. I wouldn't try to swap during Simulacrum. I would just leave it on the mapping setup. How many boss Atlas points do you have so far? Not very many. Just what I have happened to get. I haven't bought any keys for it. Although I'm thinking about it. Could do next sesh probably.
Yes.
Where's Alva? Where do I have Alva in this hideout? I have her over here. How much can we get? As far as breach splinters. Yeah, I mean this stuff's gotten pretty cheap at this point. We can do the next tier, Zesh. See where we're at damage wise. Much nice. Your build, but I can't see skill tree, nothing to see. Can I show you my gear in game and you rate it? Yeah, you could do that. You could either message me in game, I suppose, or you could send me a whole set of it in my Discord, like at me with it. That'd be fine. And then I can review it later and more thoroughly.
This worries me.
An option. The input delay is not feeling good here either. Do you think the meat shield support gem on the Rhoa also lowers our own damage? No. No, it doesn't. It lowers the Rhoa's damage. I'll take a look at your bow, sure. That bow's pretty good, but you are going to want to avoid projectile skills on your quiver and your amulet for sure, because otherwise you're going to have mana issues. That is a pretty decent bow, though. For one div, it's decent bow. Show your gloves. So I showed my entire gear set in the update video that I put out on YouTube last night, and also if anyone wants to see any of my gear that I'm currently wearing, you can see it in the link at the top of YouTube, or if you type !build, go to the live gear set section of the Mobalytics page. You can see all of my items. And I update it regularly, so if you follow the page, you can keep looking at my items whenever you want.
Fury.
As they get updated. Increased damage with bow quiver? I'm not sure what you mean. Are you saying like increased quiver effect with gems, or I'm not sure what you mean. Oh, why am I not? Because I'm poor. I don't have any currency. I spent all of my time making video guides instead of farming currency and getting ahead in the league. That's a testament to just how well the build works, though. So I spent like 5 days out of my league making videos instead of playing. And we still do a shitload of damage. The game is breaking.
Don't mind if I do.
It's a good bow.
We that dreamed. We in nightmare. We that are one.
Storming arrow!
Lies truth. We that fail.
It's definitely not easy to dodge him on the mount, but yeah, it just kind of deletes him. Worth mentioning, by the way, the update video, the Zesht footage in the update video, that was from live on stream the last time we played before I made any of the changes. So, like, the DPS on the build is so much higher than the showcase.
Speak.
It's not even funny. Just thought I would point that out. It was really just a matter of, like, I had no currency in game to just, like, go fight another Zesht with all of the upgrades. And I was like, yeah, this footage looks good enough. I kind of need to get rolling on this video, so that is why.
I'll be here, waiting.
Featuring gang. Let us make a juicy breach ring, maybe. That'd be sick. Not really ideal start. Definitely not an ideal start. It's crap. I want to destroy it. I want to throw it on the ground so bad. Boss level is that too. Anyone even buying Howa anymore? I don't know if there are any builds that use Howa. And yes, we don't use Howa anymore. We're a crit build. If my gloves were ideal, they would be maximum life, physical damage, lightning damage, critical damage, attack speed, then probably dexterity or a res. What's my current HP? 1658, which is not enough, but we're gaming. Keeps me on my toes, you know, just randomly getting one shot every once in a while. Makes it interesting. Emphasis on the int. Thanks for the guide. Killed Breach tier 1 easy. Nice aggros. Congrats. Big gains. Tier 2 will probably be just as easy. Tier 3, probably also. Tier 4, maybe not. Probably actually, like, need some items for that one. I feel like I'll probably need, like, a little bit better. Ah, damn. That is a beautiful amulet right there. Congrats. That thing's real nice.
Storming arrow!
Another democratic soldier for the cause!
Pitiful. Too weak, too slow.
Stronger bow with 300 DPS, T3 is on the list. Yeah, probably. My ES 0. Actually 0. We don't use ES. I don't believe in energy shield.
Too weak, too slow.
Energy shield has anti-synergy with Rhoa. Armor synergizes with Rhoa. Evasion synergizes with Rhoa. Energy shield does not synergize with Rhoa. Hey, I should switch my my gems back, huh? I felt like my AoE was a little bit whack. That'd be why. Oops. There we go.
Shocking.
It's like a very minor gem swap, I would say, to do pinnacles. It's like slightly annoying, but if you get strong enough to the point where it doesn't matter anymore, you can just stop doing it. And that will happen eventually. Proximity. I like this version of the filter a lot better, by the way. It's much easier on the ears, but like it still makes satisfying noises.
Quick and lethal.
If you were looking for feedback, Sensei. Making the icon smaller was also clutch. I like the green on the splinters. That's fair. Finishing the ritual doesn't matter. We're not going to be able to afford anything. We're just going to leave. Not going to be able to get our deliberated. Not deliberated. Oh my god, what is happening? Path of Exile, please. I just want to play the game. Stealth diving a bit. Try the repeater gun. Feel like I get detected with it often. No too much noise or something. Figured you may know. It's the same as the other marksman rifles. There's no difference. This is bad today. Sorry for the change of game topic. No big deal. It happens like pretty often. You're good. All right. Well, it was fun while it lasted. This cannot be fun to be trying to play hardcore during. I saw on my YouTube feed that Mr. Fubby Guns has switched back to playing Deadeye. Guessing he's playing Deadeye with a spear. I assume spear because I
Pretty sure he's signed out on Lightning Arrow. Thinks it's bad or whatever. I play hardcore like Elon, that's funny.
Alright. It kicked this out. So switching our hideout didn't make it any better. Deadeye's double frenzy charge with the snake spear thing. Makes sense. I knew there was potential in the double frenzy charges. Heck. I still want to go play Spiral Snipe with it, but that'll be a different time. I'm too far behind in the league as is. Can't be switching builds to experiment. I'd really like to get this ritual done. That certainly was a lot of modifiers. Good thing I can't read. Got an Orb of Chance. What do you do with it? Throw it at a heavy belt. Nice and cheap. Keeps the disappointment to a minimum. That's what I do anyway. I don't really think about it too much. I throw it at a heavy belt. If I ever got a headhunter, I would probably use it. But I'm not willing to pay for a headhunter, you know? I'm getting tired of bothering to corrupt these. Need like a button, just like a keybind that corrupts them. My audience isn't here. Played Warrior to 90 and just not feeling it. It's understandable. Warrior is definitely an acquired taste. And the taste has changed. But there are some pretty cracked Warrior builds, but yeah, it's like... It's hard to, It would definitely be something that would be very hard for me to want to do. And I normally love melee characters. Oh, okay. Ritual is just not... Ritual is not our jam. The thing spawned next to me and bit me, and I died. Not this league. This is not Ritual League for the Rhoa gang. Maybe once maximum life doesn't cost me like 5 divs.
Fury.
Or maybe once I have the 5 divs to spend on like a maximum life roll. Actually, no. We save for Allroth's Resolve. We save for an Allroth's Resolve flask. That's what we need to do. Play maps completed. We're out of here. Double Frenzy charge with the Snake Spear thing. If this map body blocks you, Rhoa is a pain in rituals. Arbiter is just not fun to fight. Arbiter... Yeah, I don't know about Arbiter now. I think anytime you have to artificially make a boss tankier or invulnerable to damage just to let them do their mechanics, you have designed a bad boss. It's like, imagine you're playing a tabletop game. Your DM has like this really sick boss. He's designed these really cool moves for him. And you hit that boss hard enough to just like outright kill him. And then the DM is like, well, actually, he's going to not die from that. And now he's going to do these super cool moves that I made because I made them and I want to show them to you. And I feel like it would be a real shame for everyone if you didn't get to experience it. And that's like kind of PoE2 endgame boss design when it comes to Arbiter. It's like he's not tanky or threatening enough survivability stat-wise to like actually survive being beaten on by PoE characters. But then he's got like this really over-the-top set of moves that someone in the office for GGG is like really proud of. And it's just like, no, you will experience my mechanics and you will learn to play through them. How dare you do enough damage to invalidate my boss design? How much is Allroth's running these days? I saw it was like 10, I think.
Too weak, too slow.
I also like the Arbiter changes in the patch notes when they were talking about them. They said mostly everyone should not actually experience any changes. This is only to address the outliers, and it's like in reality, it affected every player that was actually engaging with that content.
Thunderous shot.
And the people doing hardcore or SSF challenge runs, they were engaging with Arbiter's content.
Too weak, too slow.
Wait, I didn't see any of the... I have somehow missed every ritual. Or 2 out of 3 of the rituals. That's impressive. That might be a good Falconeer. It said tier 5.
Another democratic soldier for the cause!
In my sights.
Up.
Quick and lethal.
Oh, alright, we're out of here, I think. Yep. That was rude. Build max roll. I don't put it on max roll, but I do put it on Mobalytics. It's pinned to the top of the chat.
Go on.
That's pretty solid. One prefix is a bum roll. Not a level 82 item. Can't roll that high. And now it's a brick. Now it's a regal shard. Isn't it cool how fast that can happen? Like, oh, that might be something. Nah, just kidding. It is actually a brick in
I
disguise.
speak.
Not what I meant to do.
Indeed.
I'm all messed up having these guys
Next time.
in different positions in the side out. I think we're gonna switch back soon. I don't think it was the problem. Think of these. Hot damn. It's a nice life roll. A lot of rarity. Projectile skills. Yeah, holy shit. That's an awesome amulet. How do you get that ruby sound effect? Is that from the file for drops or whatever? That is from the filter settings that Sensei made. They are pinned in my, not pinned, but they're in the Great PoE library section of my Discord.
Too slow.
Yeah. They have a really cool filter setup. Lots of sounds and
Out of my
pretty fine-tuned. Asked me to try it out last time we streamed. I really liked it, so kept it. Hey, there's my audience. I don't think we're going to be able to get it this time because we only have 3. Probably just going to be going next on that.
Another democratic soldier for the cause!
That's quite nice. Storm
I never get tired of doing that to that Chimera. What do I think about Resonance Spiral Volley builds? Resonance? Oh, I wouldn't. I just wouldn't. There's no need for that.
I speak.
I would just play, like, if I was gonna do Spiral Volley, then I would just do Drilling Chase and gain Frenzy charges instead of gaining other charges to gain Frenzy charges. With Combat Frenzy and Sniper's Mark. Been following the build. I'm currently crushing through tier 10, so thank you. But I was wondering if you could do a PoE link for Quiver or Gloves or maybe Ring in order to know which stats to aim for. I know how to use weighted sum. I just don't know which stats are more valuable, like increased critical damage versus increased critical chance or projectile skills. My Hands of Wisdom. Hands of Wisdom are bricked this league. We don't stack that many attributes either. We're a crit build now. We stack crit and crit accessories. Only interested in the big fat crits. No big fat stats on me. Massive nostalgia doing my own runs. Time to see a king about some Atlas points. Yeah, shake him down for those points, dude. As far as doing trade links, I'm more than happy to help with trade links on a case-by-case basis. Like, if you want to join my Discord and then at me with whatever it is you're trying to upgrade or whatever you're trying to look for, I'm more than happy to do a trade link for you, and I'll ping you whenever I make it after stream, probably. Yeah, I don't mind helping with trade links. I just like to do it on a case-by-case basis and in my Discord, because whenever you make trade links and like put them in videos and just out in the wild and stuff, starts to get like bought out just to be repriced higher and gouged. So I try to keep any trade links I make for my build relatively private while still like telling everyone what they need to look for. Hell yeah. That's pretty fun. Love the YouTube videos. Thanks for putting the build together. Word. Glad it's working out for you. Thanks for watching them. I want Shrine meta to stay forever. Everything else being trash by comparison is totally fine with me.
In my sight.
Except Strongbox. Strongbox is kind of fun with the new Gamble box. I like the new Gamble box.
Fury. Too weak. Too slow.
Got another amelioration. Fortunately, that's all we get for our trouble. It's got the end game, so lots of grinding to make the build strong. It comes online pretty quickly. Have to like sort out resistances and then just kind of start cruising. Especially if you get a little bit of stun threshold to keep yourself from being thrown off. It's pretty chill from there. Already back up to 35 for each splinter. Not bad. These are trash.
How can I help?
Alma, I need you to take these away from me, as they are not useful to me. Thank you. Extra damage is chaos is not ideal. Oh, whoops. Please share my loot filter. My loot filter is shared. My loot filter is Sensei's loot filter. It is a video linked in the PoE library section of my Discord. How do you have charges all the time and proc herald so often? I don't get nearly as many. Just shock chance. You do more damage, you shock more often. You shock more often, you get more herald procs. Another part of it is make sure you have your herald quality. Herald quality is unironically the biggest power spike for your mapping, because it adds 2 extra bolts of lightning per kill confirmed on shock targets, capping out at 5 at level 20 or 6 lightning strikes at level 21. Can't start the corruption map. It's strange. Should be able to. Does you and Alpi, I think it's Loopy, will make a mechanic economy video to see which are more value now that Pinnacle loot changed quite a bit? He is actually, as we speak, he's already cooking on new videos on that subject.
Thunderous shot.
I was actually thinking about doing a guide to maxing your Atlas. Like the standard Atlas, how those mechanics work, how the unique maps work. That kind of video. And then I was probably going to finally make my expedition guide that I didn't get to make last week because the game kind of like went down in popularity, and plus I knew they were changing a lot of things about expeditions, so I wanted to just wait on making the guide. Not to say that like any of my guides are actually still up to date, like they completely changed Delirium, so I would have to update the Delirium guide. Ritual's pretty similar, but it's still not, I wouldn't say that my ritual guide's current. So I kind of I do plan to update those. As far as currency strats, I'm not really rich enough this league yet to make any kind of currency strat video. But if I do make a currency strat video this league, I know I'm probably going to do Trial of Sekhmet because that's something I enjoy that I know Loopy hates. He really doesn't like Trial of Sekhmet. The whole idea there was like I would do the mechanics that he doesn't like. Yeah, there's a stun meter on the Rhoa. I talk about it in my updated guide for the build. It is right here above your health and mana bar. I talk about the heavy stun meter, what makes it larger, what makes it harder to have it filled, and I go on to also talk about damage types that cause additional damage to it. Oh yeah, do you have 4 explicits on your map? That's a requirement. I just cannot seem to get my hands on this audience. Something all changes units too. Gotcha. Okay, there it is. It costs 3K though. There's no way we get it. Oh, the struggle.
Too slow.
That is heartbreaking. The funny thing is, I didn't talk about it last league, but there were some really broken strats for getting Temporalis last league, and they were addressed in the patch notes for this one, which means they were active that entire time. And by that, I mean using guard to not lose any honor with the Alroth Resolve Flask, which was just like completely free. Which it's good they fixed that, but yeah, that was a thing. You just use guard to tank hits. We're on the same boat. I was actually about to say that. Everyone's kind of still learning the changes collectively. It's not even been 2 weeks yet.
Charged arrow.
Oh. Damn. I want my audience.
Too weak, too slow. Not yet.
We might as well clean the map since we have an Enlightening Shrine.
Out of mana.
Only heard about the instance duplication. Yeah, if you look at the 0.2 Dawn of the Hunt patch notes and then search for the section talking about Trial of Sekhmet and Guard, it's in there, which means it went unfixed this whole time. Wonder if maybe. That seemed like a job for the Recombinator to me. That bow. Why am I firing? Didn't you say rituals are weak? Well, yes. Yes, ritual is the weakest mechanic for the build. However, I currently have an audience with the king in my deferral, and I would really like to have it.
Can you show your items, please? If you want to check out my gear set, it's the build for Mobalytics at the top, linked and pinned to the chat. If you go into that and click on the live gear set, you can look at all my items. Those are my exact gear pieces. What level am I now? I'm still 92. I haven't had much time to play. I've just been spending all my time editing. Like, I spent 2 days editing the Endgame guide, and then I spent a full day after streaming for 1 day making the Endgame updated video that I released last night, and now I finally have some time to play. Same as in the live build in Mobalytic. Yeah, I keep it up to date. I make sure to update it before every stream. Or update it anytime I make a significant change. So if someone follows that page, they can keep up with any changes I make to my gear or the build.
All right, we are frozen again. PoE is just not very fun to play today.
The network conditions, I gotta say, not looking good. This whole freezing and not being able to play thing is very unfortunate. Especially because we got new drops today. So I really wanted to stream all day. And I'm going to. Even if we spend all of our time in the login screen. So hard to get Atlas points now. It's a chore and a half to get the Atlas points, man. It really is. I like the idea of what they did, but the actuality of it, I'm not a fan. Like, having to go on a safari across the entire planet is, like, not super enjoyable to me. Yeah, like, what are we looking at here? What are we talking about, GGG?
Another democratic soldier for the cause!
Jonathan! Fix the ping! The real question is, do I have... I do. Okay, so my Twitch drops are here. We have achieved Rhoa armor. There it is. Look at him. He's now guarded. This Rhoa skin's being given away on Twitch. For anyone that didn't know, it's just a Twitch drop. You can watch anybody playing PoE and get it. I know that may be especially enticing to those of you playing my build, since you'll actually get to use the skin. So, figured you'd want to know about it.
I didn't know he could play on that much ping. It's possible.
Prepare yourself. Thunderous shot. Quick and lethal.
All right, there it is. But we only have out of 3, so we're probably still not going to get it. Oh, I should be doing Delirium maps. What am I doing? If I put Delirium on the map, it'll make it so much easier.
don't have enough mana. Got no pack space for that.
Summoner build doesn't work off your reactions, so it can play at high ping. True.
Another democratic soldier for the cause.
That's a good point.
You did well.
Another democratic soldier for the cause.
I'm playing so much less Helldivers these days. I kind of want to change the channel alerts to something more neutral. Before, I was cooking the idea of using like Delirium voice lines. I think I'm gonna change it to like PoE character class voice lines. Some of the particularly good ones. Which isn't neutral at all, but also I want to change the pace. I'm tired of Brash.
Storming arrow.
The only thing I wish they would change about Breach is I wish they would have all of the splinters drop at your location when the breach closes, instead of having to either pick them up as you go along, which is mission impossible, or having to like walk around picking up pennies. Because it feels like this gets less and less worth doing as the league progresses, just walking around picking up the individual breach splinters. It's already not particularly great. It's like one splinter is worth 1/7 of an X, which doesn't feel amazing, but it's like only going to get worse. Yeah, I wish that you could just have them drop for you in a pile at the end the way Delirium works. Be nice. Oh, that is also... I don't know if that's something to do with the filter. I feel like it is. Having the filter like show breach splinters on the map would be nice. I'm pretty sure I can just make that change myself though. Might have to do that, especially because I plan on doing a lot of breach this league. Is there like... Oh yeah, there is. Like, is there someone trying to kill me right now? There was. Alright, let's defer it again. That's rude. That worked that way, but it is what it is. Get him, bird. Kill it. Kill him. You got this. Beat that ass. There's no way this is his damage, right? It can't be that low. Do I have any men on kill? Nope. I don't have any men on kill.
Speak.
I talked about mana issues in my update video that I released last night. You only have mana issues basically like if you don't pop flask enough or have too many projectile levels. And if someone wants to make it even more comfortable than that, then they can sacrifice lines for mana on kill if they would like, but it is not necessary. Okay, wait. Before we just keep sending it, let's do some of this. Some of this action. Haven't done this in a while. I don't like Forge. Okay. Bow Factory. Augury. I can do steaming strings. It's fine. All right, this should help. You can, but the reason why I chose not to do that is it gets very clustery on the map and the icons cover your map. I guess, but I'm planning to like go back and pick them all up anyway. And it'd be nice to be able to see where they are.
Thunderous shot. Quick and lethal.
The game is not liking the delirium juice.
Out of mana.
What's the invitation worth? Not very much, because there was an exploit at the beginning of the league. Normally it's worth quite a bit. It's like one of the more valuable items last league. Maybe like 7 divs by now. But I think it's like 1 div because of the exploit.
Stay dead. Too weak. Too slow.
Yeah, I know Breach got like hard nerfed since last league, but honestly, with Rhoa, it feels better than last league. As far as not so much the loot or the density, but like how far you can push the circle out. And it's gonna get better whenever I get more points to spend in the Atlas as well.
Storming
But even at
arrow.
like 4 points, I'm seeing a pretty significant improvement. If we also had slow circle, I feel like I could consistently do the entire map breached. No one wants to sell you a breach tablet? That's messed up,
Now
dude.
this will come in handy.
You want one of mine?
Rather not break my back.
I'm sure I have a bunch of them. Weird experience. So you're always pressing Mana Flask? Yeah, I have a weird experience. Played all day and died sometimes. Did upgrade my gear to more ES and evasion. Now last 2 hours I died 30 times, so I one-hit wonder from white mobs. 180 turn on aim, just don't feel random. Bans weren't even perma? No, they weren't. Apparently that's like common. Someone exploits. I mean, that's why they keep doing it, right? Because they just get banned for the league. They don't even get permanently banned. Apparently that's like consistently the way the punishment is handled is they just ban you for the rest of the league, but they don't ban you permanently. Which is kind of not great in my opinion. Oh, we have 100 maps. That'd be dope. How much? You can just have it, dude. I got plenty of them, pretty sure. Apparently I actually only have 2 of these. No way. That's gotta be fake, right? I could have swore I had more breach tablet than that. Yeah, I have 4 of them. You just have one. Give you one of the blank ones, you can roll it. Go ahead and invite me to a party. And stop by. While you do that, I'm gonna get some water real quick. Back. All right, I am back. Next week's patch will do some of the mobs remove mana on hit. Stun is enough, in my opinion. That sounds pretty annoying. I didn't know about that. Mana on hit, huh? That just sounds like something the... What are they? The Archmages, if they still existed, would need to avoid. Can't add support gem to my Rhoa Mount ability? What am I doing wrong? Which one?
Thunderous shot.
Because I should just slot on, no problem. The only reason that would happen is if you just don't have the stats to put them on, and if you don't, then don't worry about it, because they don't matter. I wish there were some mount support gems that had synergies, but there just isn't. Most they can do for you is just make it so you are slightly more survivable when you get knocked off, which is like not real because your evasion gets reduced to 0 whenever you're knocked off.
You there, local, come here.
That's okay, even without support gem synergies, Rhoa is like super OP. Can't have everything. Logbook quantity. Logbook quantity. Can we get... No, we can't get both there. Is there anything else to grab that's important? There's more logbook quantity. Okay, actually, go back. We're gonna do one there, and then
I always
one
love
here.
a good risk.
This is not as bad
I always love a good risk.
as you would think. Can't really get too many flags, fortunately.
Racing. Fury. Barely broke a sweat.
Fob Gun Deadeye build, Tangle Tongue. Endgame upgrade for the build. Lightning Spear gameplay is close to LA. The bossing is better with Serpent skill. I would never consider doing anything Fob Gun does, because everything he does is going to be overpriced.
Face me.
And nothing he ever showcases is like reasonably achievable by anybody.
You sensed it too, did you? The spirit is near.
Barely broke a sweat.
Man, that sucks. We get a double deferral? No. Really hoping we'd get it this time. My lightning arrow level 21. I don't even have a level 20 gem yet, so it'd be 22.
Yes?
Also low key salty, not like high key salty, but like I wish he wouldn't have done this, but in the Deadeye section on Mobalytics, he marked his LA Deadeye as updated for 0.2. Did basically nothing to it. There's no items on it. There's barely a passive tree. Like the passives were clearly thought up in the span of about 30 seconds. There's no information on how it plays, and then the gems are still the same as last league. So you have like Heft and Lightning Rod, which doesn't increase the damage of Lightning Rod. In fact, not only does it not increase the damage of Lightning Rod, it actually makes your damage null. Because it makes it... It makes it, or what was it? Not that one. Something else. Yeah, it doesn't add any damage because Lightning Rod doesn't do any physical damage. That's what I was getting at. Like, it's so clearly unupdated and just like made updated in quotes to redirect people to the Huntress build. And it's like sitting at the top of the Deadeye category. Just feels kind of shitty to do that. Like, it was very popular last league. In fact, it was the most popular Deadeye build last league. I couldn't stop hearing about it. But, like, if you're not going to update it, then, like, why mark it updated? You're just going to confuse people. And then those confused people end up in here. Asking me why Heft doesn't work on Lightning Rod. That made me giggle. And the Salt in the Wound is my Deadeye build. Like, I had to delete my other build to change this. I didn't delete it, I unpublished it, but I unpublished it not just because of this, but I didn't notice that this was a thing. Mine was getting shoved off the front page. It was like, this build isn't even updated, and this one isn't even for Deadeye. What are we doing? You know? I cannot wait for them to integrate the change where you can search for the modifiers for maps. That would be really, really nice about now. I'm like really stumbling on what I want to do. Just so many maps, I'm spoiled for choice. Just trying to pick out a map that is finally going to get me this deferred audience so I can stop playing Ritual. See your DPS in game? Sure. And also, if you want to see any of my items, the Mobalytics link that's pinned at the top of the chat, you can go there. And it's there. Do I think GGG will nerf this new Deadeye build? I don't think they will nerf Deadeye. I think they will nerf Rhoa. Every meta build coming out right now is like some form of Rhoa or Amazon, now Deadeye. But it all involves Rhoa. And clearly Rhoa is OP. Like, there's no debating it. Like, Rhoa is the best way to map at the moment. It is almost like having a free nerfs and changes Temper Hellas, except you didn't pay 200 divines to do it. You signed up at character creation to do it. Ow. I hate that. I hate Ritual. I hate Ritual with this build. The enemy spawned right in front of me. He was still untargetable. Threw out an attack on top of me, and I died. not a fun mechanic with this build. Get me out.
You there, local. Come here. Quick and
I'm gonna buy the rest of my audiences after this just to finish it. Yeah, until I have like 2k plus life with some chaos resistance, we're gonna be hanging up the ritual gameplay. Rare number of mobs. Yeah, these are good. We want these. Can we get all three? Can't tell. The tree's in the way. Yeah, we can get all three. Get all three of these. Like, getting that audience in my pool as just like curse the rest of my day.
Charged arrow.
Huh.
Fury.
Grab a new amelioration. I don't know if I care. We might just be inting our XP again. I don't know if I care about XP until we get this audience, and then I get to stop doing this.
An easy trophy. Easy prey.
Why did I change Primal Armament on Lightning Rod? I talked about it in my update video. Talked all about it in the update video. Highly recommend watching it. Very important changes were made with very important reasoning. Did I just get 2 unique charms in one run? I think they're the same one even. No, they're different. They're both... One's staunching and one's... Huh.
Another democratic soldier for the cause!
That would only slow me down.
This is torture. This is torture.
Take this!
Do you think Headhunter will be a belt to aim for late endgame, or Ingenuity is just a no-brainer? Ingenuity is a no-brainer, I would say. Ingenuity with 2 really good breach rings is just going to outscale doing pretty much literally anything else. The only time Headhunter will be better than Ingenuity is when you're playing simulacrums.
And you're locked in that tight space where the modifiers you're stacking up are going to do a lot of work and just like last the entire round. Consecrated ground on use. That's really cool. Those are cool. I imagine they're not worth anything, but they're cool. Are your favorite tune of all time? The crit damage appears on the skill when the crit happens. I don't know what you mean. Like the tooltip damage changes? It wouldn't. I think someone asked me this earlier. My critical chance is 22.43. My critical damage is 423 or 421. So we deal 521% damage on a crit. And probably a bit more than that because this is without blindside. So with blindside, it's 37.43% crit chance on lightning rod, and the critical damage is, I don't know, more. A lot.
Storming arrow.
Enough. Enough is a good word. benefit from Sun Threshold with Rhoa too. See your passive tree. I'm already 70. I don't know what else to use. Check the other variant pages. Check the endgame variant page on the Mobalytics for what to do next. Okay, it is here. We have 4. I could die though. If I die,
You there.
then we lose the map because it's actually juiced. We need to just we just need to get this done.
An easy trophy. Face me.
$1,900 points.
Fury.
No. Physical slam from off screen. Wait for the Rhoa to reincarnate. All right, we did it. We finally got it. I was starting to think it was going to take all day. $80 without the buff. We're 85 fully buff. My evasion's pretty bad because my chest piece is terrible. Gonna be doing a big shopping trip after stream today, probably. Assuming we make some cash, which we haven't quite yet. But wouldn't it be exciting if we do? Oh, we probably made like 3 divs.
Fury.
But not nearly enough for a good chest piece. Really good chest piece is gonna run me quite a bit.
No mana.
Okay. Sinking that because we benefit from stun threshold Rhoa too. Maybe just overkill. Want to see crush 15s? Yeah, the Rhoa stun threshold issue is pretty resolved with just having good boots with it. The only time I get knocked off the bird is when I feel like I have been paying absolutely zero attention. With this current setup.
On with the work.
And it does happen, but like I feel like it is my fault when it happens. I'll go tumbling and be like, oh man, when was the last time I even looked at the meter? Finishing the 4th ritual and getting another audience, I would have been kind of sad. That would have been a little bit sad. Not gonna lie. Alright, let's go ahead and do this. Where's the button? You guys ready for some gameplay?
Storming arrow.
Gameplay.
Nothingness approaches. The Wildwood's power is mine! As you know me, I will always exist.
Gameplay. Trash, I think.
What luck?
Yeah, trash.
Yes.
I feel like this isn't good. Yeah, we're not gonna do that. What if divs enough to make a guild good enough to get into T15s? Oh, absolutely. I was doing T15s with a build that was worth like maybe 50x. Closer to 50x.
I wish I could have been there to see the look. Remain vigilant. The nameless have been trying to steal meaning from us for countless centuries now, and they're not about to stop. Keep punishing the nameless.
Bow. There's my bow. If you want to see my gear set, I feel like a broken record because I've been saying this a lot, but like it comes up that much. Pinned top of the chat, YouTube, or if you type !build in Twitch, my build is there on Mobalytics. Just look at the live gear set section. That is what I am currently wearing. You can look at all of my gear. Wonder about this. Oh, the Corsair cap? Yeah, we don't mess with the Corsair cap. The Corsair cap is for like Amazons that want to be as fast as us. I've seen some Amazons using the Corsair cap so that they can have tailwinds so they can be as fast as us on the Rhoa. How is Lightning Arrow versus Gas Arrow? They're both good, but Lightning Arrow probably scales better and is less clunky. Especially after the buff. Like the 30% damage buff on Lightning Rod is insane. How'd you make the miss GPS on bosses playing your build and having issues with bossing? If you haven't seen my latest update video that I released last night, I highly recommend it. I go over some of the changes I've made to the build related to bossing specifically and making endgame bossing much better. And the best part about that video is all of the footage that I used in that video was recorded before I made the changes. So it's just like way better than the video even makes it look. Do I need to go Deadeye if I have a Gemini bow with extra arrow suffix? You never have to go Deadeye. Like, I don't know. Amazon will do better bossing DPS than Deadeye with this build. But it's not going to be as Amazon favored as it would look on paper because of the extra arrow. And it's really just like mapping is slightly faster on Deadeye, bossing is slightly better on Amazon. That's like the biggest difference. Beginner Deadeye, please show me your passive points. If you want to look at I have a beginner guide for this build in the Mobalytics page pinned at the top. Also got 3 videos on the build. Like there's a starter build, endgame build, and then the updated build that I made, like the updated version for deep endgame. All 3 of them are in the description on YouTube. So feel free to check out any of those resources if you want to get up to speed on Lightning Arrow Deadeye in 0.2. I put a lot of work into the Mobalytics in the videos. Actually, I've put more work into the Mobalytics in my videos this league than I have my character. Unironically, I've spent more days editing those videos than playing. Just takes that much time. So I refuse to just like, I don't know. I don't want to. I kind of did it in the update video, and I didn't like it. Where I just like was in my hideout going over everything. It just felt like the easiest way to convey the changes was to just like do hideout footage, but I really like something else to be going on besides me just standing in my hideout explaining things if I can help it. And it takes a lot of time to edit the videos in that way. Not just like doing it the easy way. All right, we got our item. Now we are going back to blasting the normal way. Ooh, that's nice. That's nice. Convince me to buy an amelioration, why don't you? How much are they? I know they're probably getting worse because X's are getting... Oh no, they're actually staying the same. That's a very good price for amelioration, considering how X's are depreciating. Oh, yeah. Let's juice it with some delirium as well. Give it a little bit of juice. All right, let's find a spicy breach node. We want like a really spicy breach node to play this on. Actually, I didn't need a delirium because I have so many delirium breach nodes. I could have just played mirrors, and that would have been better. I really like playing mirrors now. Mirrors are fun again, the way they were in PoE 1. Really good changes for the mirror mechanic, being a lot less shit. Rory winning the Masters? Who? I don't know what we're talking about. I just did my 3rd ascendancy. Should I take Windward or Endless Munitions? Endless Munitions. Play much more of this league. If I reroll from Amazon to Smith, I'm getting really tired of getting one shot.
No mercy. Storming arrow.
Reasonable.
Quick and lethal.
Good time. Good eye. Let's run that wisp down.
Kind of messed up. I kind of stopped paying attention, just picked something random. Now we wasted a good map on a hideout. GG.
Playing your build right now and loving it. Sick, dude. Glad it's working out for you. Glad to hear. Keep pumping. Rhoa gang.
This keeps up, we might need to rename our in-game guild to the Riders of Rhoa. Thoughts? Alright, maybe we don't waste another juicer map. If I even have any juicer maps left, this one's not bad. Okay, we do not put Delirium on because we're just going to play Mirrors. This is not 0.1. I can just play the Mirrors. And it's fine. Items found. We want item quantity above all else on the map itself. We're going to try out some item quantity and see how that feels. Because I've been running all rarity and it has not felt good. It's felt like getting a singular divine this league. That's what it's felt like. Reach. Tablets. Delirium. Oops. In your videos, I'm certified Rhoa rider. Cheers. Nice. Yeah, I didn't really want to play Rhoa at first. I just wanted to like try it out as a meme because I thought it was going to be bad. I honestly thought it was going to be bad because I thought that they would have the foresight to like make it bad preemptively so people wouldn't get attached to it. But then it turned out that it was actually good. It kind of became a bit of a problem at that point, I would say. Oh yeah, it's something else I should probably work on. My boss Atlas is like incomplete as hell. That would be good for me to fix. Okay. Let's see what we can cook up. I need to move back to my other hideout. This is obnoxious. It used to be you could just pick whatever portal you wanted, and it would take that portal, and it would be gone when you come back. But now the portal stays when you come back this league, and it's really thrown the vibes of the place off. Kind of need to go back to the other hideout. Right, let's see. Oh, I have to still complete it. Wow. I could have swore I would have done that already. Let's do... What do we got? Start with this. It's fine. It's fine. Kind of scary, but it'd be alright. Oh my god. Just stop. Alright, we're going back to the other hideout. That's annoying. It wasn't the problem anyway. You gotta play this on Amazon? Yeah, you can play it on Amazon. If you play it on Amazon, the mapping will be slightly worse. The bossing will be slightly better. Like the only major difference. You're gonna have to change some notables around because you have to put a priority on accuracy, where we won't. But it's gonna work out pretty similar results. We really doing this right now, PoE 2? Activation failed. Map is not accessible. It's a bad day to play PoE. Just a bad day. Server's dying. Map's not opening. Kicked from the game. Here we go. It'll let us into this one. For sure. Alright, it actually did. Sick. Can I do Arbiter with this build? Probably. I don't see why I wouldn't. Bossing DPS absolutely blasts. And I'm poor. Can't imagine what the damage is going to look like when I'm rich. Considering this is going to outscale last league's build by a mile. We're stacking critical damage. Something we couldn't do before. Solved div farm yet? Mine seems to come from content event. What? I mean, I got one div. I got one div tonight so far. They do exist for me. Just the one. I have two bows. Which one is better? Twin bow plus one arrow, 30k on LA, or Gemini, 35k and no more arrow? Ooh, it'd be the gem. Is the twin bow another bow that has the implicit for plus one arrow? Okay, if that's the case, I think I would prefer the 30k with the two arrows. Yeah, 30k with two arrows is better.
Don't mind if I do.
Well, yeah, 30k with two arrows is better. No problem. Events like Ritual. I see what you're saying. I just got one randomly.
Storming arrow.
But we're trying to farm Breach. That's the goal right now. We want to do Breach and Delirium. That is all I want to do. Seeking Shrine right now. I really need to figure this out. Let's do this and this. All right, just do it. They're immune to damage. They're not dying. Oh, I must have made them immune to lightning damage. That makes sense. Wasn't paying attention.
Not today.
That was a waste to the shrines. Tangletongue Spear, if you're willing to trade. PoE trades being price fixed. That is kind of what happens whenever Bubgun likes anything.
Need more time. Rather not break my back.
How's the build doing versus Pinnacle bosses so far? Well, since the revisions, so just to get something straight, the update video where I showcased the kill on the Breachlord Zesht, that was not with the changes in the video itself. That was live on stream the last time we played. And every Pinnacle I have fought since then, which has only been low tier so far, has been basically instantly killed before it got to actually do anything. So the bossing damage is pretty solid at the moment, I would say.
Another democratic soldier for the cause.
Where's the new build? Some video, update video on my channel uploaded last night. I made a lot of major revisions to the build as far as endgame bossing. Well, with endgame bossing in mind, I made a lot of changes and also some revisions to the passive tree and some gem swaps that people are going to want to be aware of whenever they're going up against pinnacles, especially whenever they're still on lower gear. Because there's some gem swaps you can make real quick before entering a fight with pinnacles that's going to let you like get more damage out of your character. Reward progress, pack size simulacrum. No, increase stack size simulacrum. That seems good. Increased rare monsters in map. That's also good. Increased monsters. 14% more rares. Do that. More versatile. Rarity of items found. Quantity of items found. Shrines. Rarity of items found. 10%. 11%. 6. Quantity of waystones. See, XP. Gold. Pack size. Go with the 15% rarity of items found. And then for the breach tablet, let's juice with... Wow, all three of these are terrible. This isn't terrible, actually. We'll do this one. Alright. Big juice. Has 134 rare items found. We got 64 on the waystone. Got 80 or so on our character. Let's see if we can maybe make a bit of cash on this run. That'd be nice. Nukes updated. Yeah, that would be that. That is the right one, yes. The one that starts with making a joke about the interview whenever Jonathan says that the gameplay isn't good whenever
you can just blitz through everything at Mach 7 faster than the monsters.
Storming arrow.
Exile.
Quick and release.
But I respectfully disagree. I think it is very fun. Well, I didn't say the gameplay isn't fun. He said the gameplay isn't good. I say the gameplay is actually pretty good. Because fun and good are kind of the same thing-ish. At least to me. As far as any gamer is concerned,
No mana.
fun and good are probably the same. And I'm having a lot of fun right now.
Quick and lethal. I need more mana.
Alright, we gotta refill flasks. This map has anti-flask modifier. Thumbnail Aravan PoE is taking down a dark path. What are you talking about? It's a good thumbnail. It's a good ass thumbnail. Changes are in the late endgame tab he added. Yeah, they are. Changes I made in the mobalytics are in the late endgame section, which was added to the changelog as functional. And is now where the changes are. Because someone should absolutely not take scattershot off of their lightning rod before they have the ability to fire 3 arrows.
Charge
And for
arrow.
most people, that's going to happen after Third Ascendancy. And Third Ascendancy is not necessarily something... It's like... something that people will do very early into endgame, but it's still like an endgame thing, so it shouldn't be assumed for the purpose of the endgame guide.
Trophy.
I don't think. Respect the hustle. I don't know what you're talking about. I just wanted to use the art again and have it look different than the last time. I was like, oh, we're doing like a crazy crit build. We'll make it look cool. Good night. That burst damage when the first barrage of lightning arrows comes out on the 20 lightning rod. The first barrage of lightning arrow comes out on the lightning rod stack is so beautiful. I never get tired of that shit. Huge burst deeps. room's on fire. All right, time to collect our pennies. Ow. We actually didn't drop that many pennies. I thought we were going to have a lot of pennies to scoop up.
Thunderous shot.
Burst sends the dopamine soaring. Following this guide so far so good. How is it performing against pinnacle bosses? It's performing well. Bosses are melting with this build. Yeah, they don't really get to fight back. The pinnacles aren't much better either. They are not faring much better. I'm pretty sure, just like last league, the only thing that's going to be challenging for us is going to be doing simulacrums, because of the heavy amount of DR that they get. And other than that, it should be chill. Damn, that could have been a really nice ring. But it is actually not a nice ring now. It is the opposite of a nice ring. Pack size. I haven't really had time to look into this. Oh, that was an accident. Do you guys have any clue what people are saying the meta is as far as like rarity stacking or item quantity or pack size? Like, what are people going for this league to maximize loot and profits? Just watching this build makes me want to farm 100 maps a day. You unironically can farm 100 maps a day with this build and like not think too much of it. It goes by so fast. If you like lock in and blast some music, you can probably get through 100 of these things pretty quick. Is it a con to say that this build is hard to play without a lot of tabs? Because you just want to go? You kind of want some tabs to play this one. Ugh. Castaway. Wait, what? That's weird. I've never done that one. Okay. But the other one didn't count. I had another one bug out and I didn't get the points for it, so I thought I had to find another one of them. They nerfed the drops a lot this patch? Yeah, but like what are people going for now? It used to be just stack a lot of rarity, but like has anyone done any like weird crazy spreadsheet math like they did last league, or are people just over it and they haven't bothered? I know it's kind of been complain meta on YouTube lately, so maybe people aren't doing too much of that. Got one mirror hammer, sold it for 400 dividends only. That's insane. That is so lucky. Congrats.
Prepare yourself.
Your league is won. If I ever dropped a if I ever dropped a mirror, maybe I could convince like Belton to craft me a perfect bow so I could mirror it. Pay him for it, of course. 'Cause I will definitely never understand the crafting system well enough to do that, I think. Actually, it got easier this league to make stuff like that. Might actually be more possible than it was. It's still going to be ridiculously expensive, though. All right, we got logbooks, huge. Yeah, I can reach it. Cool. Cool. All right, let's spam out as many flags as we can. Which is not many because there are none. Sick.
Fury.
Hmm.
Too weak, too slow.
I skipped the mirror again at the beginning, didn't I? Because I didn't see it. Yep. I'm not used to doing mirrors because they were so bad last league. I'm used to them not existing.
Fury.
Where even is my delirium mirror? Down here. They need to fix that shit. That is not even remotely in a good spot.
I need more mana.
It's like spawning in a direction that's a dead end.
Need more time.
Hey, has anyone tested yet if the reward tiers have been fixed? Like the chance to give an extra reward tier bonus in Delirium, has that been fixed this league? Because it was broken all last league. I know it used to be like one of the best things to take in PoE 1, and then it just didn't work in PoE 2.
Quick and lethal.
Hopefully we finish Zesh 3 by the end of the stream. Be nice. Somehow I knew I was gonna get frozen.
In my sight.
How are we still in delirium? All right, the timer pauses while you're doing strong boxes.
Thunderous shot.
Yeah, that would do it. What build is this? Type exclamation mark build. Yeah, I don't like Valve Factory maps. I also avoid them. I'm not gonna drop my stuff. There it is. Pretty good. 14 splinters. Well, not as good as last league, but I also don't have any points in the tree yet. So that definitely has something to do with it.
Yes.
$178. Doesn't like your stash. How do you feel about this one? This tab right here. Hmm. That's reasonable. Ooh, step. Yeah. More pack size. Big pack size. Hit it. My only regret is not hoarding enough armor scraps to write RGV in that tab yet.
Barely broke the sweat. Patience. Fury. Not yet.
Oh man, the cooldown thing on this map, not fun. Does not feel good for my barrage. I didn't even see that. It's awful. Barrage is on like an 80-second cooldown.
Don't mind if I do. Out of mana. free. No mana. Need more time. No mana.
Ooh, that's a pretty fun one. That was insane. I like how the only things still standing are proximity, tangibility, of course.
Quick and lethal.
If someone could do me a big favor and clip that breach, it would be very appreciated. I wasn't recording for it, but I might want to actually use that one in something later.
Thunderous shot.
Increased number of rares. Item quantity.
I'm not ready.
Hey,
Prepare yourself. Barely broke a sweat. Out of mana.
That was a nice map. I had fun with that one. for sure. Fun was had.
What is it?
Oh, that was a waste. Damn, we got 23 from that one breach. Pretty big. Another 122. Did I put any in here? Nope. In here? Nope. Need like what? I said 122 of them? How much do breach stones just cost? Wow, that's really affordable. I guess it makes sense. Hand of Wisdom and Action are terrible now. Well, not terrible, but like no one's using them anymore. Not really. All right, let's see what tier 3 Zesh looks like for us. Just want to say thank you for all the bill guides. Super helpful. Glad it's working out for you, man. Have a good league. I should actually... Hang on. Instead of amelioration... Well, we'll do amelioration as well, but what I'm more concerned with is... Where are they? Here they are. Do a resurge. Actually, we'll do amelioration, and then if we lose, we'll do surge.
Storm point.
Which we might lose. If he does enough damage to one-shot me, it's probably just going to kill me. Because I probably won't get off the bird. Okay.
We that dreamed. We in nightmare. We that are one. The creeping dark of unburdened thought. Within our grasp.
I rolled the wrong way. That was dumb. Rolled the wrong way. I know better.
We that dreamed. We in nightmare. We that are one.
Thundershot!
Of winter's envy. We tear. Hurt the veil of existence.
Good for you, I guess. Execute, actually pretty good for him. I touched on it a little bit,
Now this will
but
come in
for
handy.
Zesht especially, because he hard stuns himself at 50%, activate his ult for the first time. And the back half of Zesht is really nasty, because that's whenever he has the hands automatically coming down for the rest of the fight. Execute just deleted the back half of his HP bar.
Yes.
Trying to build on hardcore, that's going to be tough. Thank you for the follow, though. What's my crit hit and damage? All right, so that was Zesh tier 3. And my gear has not changed at all since the video. And actually, yeah, so we're at, is it? Oh. Wait, that's weird. Shouldn't say. Oh, it's because I have pinpoint critical in, yeah. Pinpoint critical 35, 295, and then for lightning rod it's 22, but it goes up to 37 because of blindside. 37 with 421, so 521, and plus 15%. I don't know how that factors in. I think it's flat 15. It's probably flat 15, so it's actually not that impressive. So it'd be like 5, 3, 6, and then 37% crit. But I mean, it's plenty of damage for sure. Tempted to swap to LA Deadeye, absolutely bored of getting heavy stun from my Rhoa. How do I not get knocked off and die to bosses? Stun threshold, and also just not getting hit. Stun threshold mostly, because my HP's bad. Wait, did I not get... Am I delusional? What? Did I not get an item from him?
We that fail.
Same dude. I feel like I didn't get a unique. What was the unique from him? Did they change the table? Like, does it have something in it that I am not familiar with now? Where's the blind from? The blind is from Unsight. So whenever the fight starts against a boss, I mark them with Voltaic Mark, which also boosts the amount of shock magnitude they have on them and the amount of shock chance they have. But it also is blinding them, which makes them more susceptible to our crits with Lightning Rod. And also makes it so they can't critically hit us, which is kind of nice. Crash Amulet. Yeah, if I end up needing to have a bit better gear than I currently have to beat tier 4... Oh, I got this thing, right? Pandemonious, piece of shit. If I end up needing to gear up a little bit more for tier 4, I'm completely fine with that. On account of we kind of haven't geared up at all. Like, I haven't spent more than 5 divs this league on items, I would say. No, I definitely have not spent more than 10 divs on items this league. Which feels kind of dirty to be like progressing this fast. And having spent so little. Need an amelioration. I've become rather fond of this XP. I would like to keep it. I think I forgot to even activate the Surgeons on the second fight. I didn't know that affected it. Yeah, I did some testing. My most recent update video, I did some like... So I tested it before, and then I originally in my build guide, I said stun threshold does not affect Rhoa buildup. And... Well, no, I didn't say it didn't affect Rhoa buildup. I said it does not increase the meter. It doesn't increase the amount required to stun you. And that is still true, but it does affect how fast the meter builds up. And, like, I went through some tests to make sure that that was true, and, like, I showed them in the video, just so, like, we're completely clear now on how that mechanic works. Because it was really bugging me. I was looking all over the internet for like hours. Anyone had the answer. And it was like, okay, absolutely no one on the planet has tested this shit yet. I guess I'll do it. All right. I didn't spend my points. Let's spend points. Let's do... What do I want third? Might want grabby hands. I feel like I can get a lot of juice out of grabby hands. Just because of how fast we are. It's either that or I want to slow it down so that I can get more juice that way. Or we could go for the big crumbling walls play, which is a lot of fun when it procs. Just doesn't proc very often. I'm thinking Sustained Siege. We'll see how Sustained Siege feels in 0.2. More curious about it than anything. If we can get one other mechanic, tier 3, done today, I would be happy with that amount of progress. Oh, I also have to do... Now that I think about it, I need to do bossing points. I have, like, no boss points. I don't know why I have no boss points, but I don't. It just hasn't happened. $16. Not 16. Alright. Desperate times, desperate measures. By that I mean this is really tedious, so I'm just gonna smash all these. We got 2 16s out of that. Three 16s. Find us a boss node with some juice on it, ideally. Actually, am I allowed to... Maybe if we... Wait, when did I get points? I don't remember getting points. No wonder I haven't been progressing this. All right, my bad. What do we need now? 81 and then 82. Oh, we also need to finish this up. We'll do the castaway thing after I go off on this tangent. What's that? Oh, I really like this one. This one's super fun. The boss rush unique. I really like that one. It's a good ad.
Another democratic soldier for the cause.
Do I miss the attack speed at all from like last league? Yeah. Yeah, it was kind of nice, but also the mana was kind of a problem. And it's still like a little bit of a problem this league, right? Ugh. I don't miss it too much. It feels a little bit more reserved. I think I still have some attack speed scaling to gain, though. I haven't quite peaked out at the amount of attack speed I can achieve this league, so we'll see how it feels by the end. I think comparatively it feels better to just be like one-shotting everything I look at, even if I'm not attacking as fast as I was. So this is going to be 81. It would be 81. All right, gotta find the boss. Oh, it's just gonna be at the end. Fair enough.
Will leave no trace.
Storming arrow. Barely broke a sweat.
Going too fast. The fog is not expanding fast enough to match us. Hate that physical slam. We're chilling though.
Nowhere to run.
It's another like Rhoa tip. If you ever eat a physical damage slam,
Out of mana.
you should absolutely 100% check where your buildup is at. Like, that is when you should be glancing over to see what that did. Physical damage is 50% more buildup on your heavy stun meter.
Fury.
All right, good to know. I just pulled a loopy. I just didn't put the points in. That's all that happened.
Widow Hail good for this build? No, not long term. Widow Hail falls off. You should only Widow Hail at like early game until around like between Act 2 and Cruel difficulty, and then you should get a real bow. How to sustain mana? That was in my frequently asked questions in my update video I put out last night. You sustain mana by using your mana flask and staying between level 22 to 24 on your skill levels. And if you want to make it even more comfy than that, then feel free to pick up a mana on kill line. But it is not necessary to do it.
Alright. Putting the points in this time. Not going to be dumb. Moderated maps. Do we do shrines? I think we do shrines. Like, strong box is the only other thing that makes sense. Well, essence is actually not terrible this league, but essence is also really cheap this league because essence isn't terrible this league, so it kind of evens out there, I would say. Corruption today. Yeah. All right, now we need to find a spot that's either corrupted or cleansed that has +1 on it. Which I've only seen a couple times. How much was my bow? I got my bow for 3 divs. +1 a monster level in the area, but there's no... Is there a tower in range of it? Doesn't look like. Maybe that one, but don't. No, probably not. Just need increased level. There's one. So if we trigger that tower, we could get it to work. We would need a boss to generate on the node too. A little bit RNG. I'm hoping to just stumble across one that's already been generated. That would be ideal. Because I was just going through it, not really paying attention to any of the things we generated. Your resistance is starting to become a problem. Yeah, that'll happen. That will occur. Where is this node? We have to have a boss on a cleanse node with irradiation. It had to have happened. There's no way it didn't. It's just finding it amidst the chaos is kind of a pain in the ass. Seems like something I should have been keeping tabs on, maybe wrote down, but the whole system was kind of bugged out, so didn't really pay attention to it. I don't know. No. Nope. Your build killing +4 pinnacle bosses? It most certainly will. I'm a little bit behind on gearing because I've spent 5 days of my league editing the videos for the build, but probably like 1 upgrade away from it being comfy to kill T4s with it. Slapped a T3 pretty hard a second ago. It was only just barely a fight. I think he got 2 attacks off. All right. I think I give up on this for now. We are just going to do the last 2 points that I need. Love your build. Is it really not worth it to have plus levels in your bow? Notice you didn't even put them in your guide. It is very bad to put plus levels in your bow. You will have very bad mana problems if you do. And the thing is, suffixes on bow are like the most powerful lines in your gear because they're adding to base numbers. Like the critical
Barely broke a sweat.
gotta change our stuff back. We were pinnacle bossing. So the critical chance that you get from your bow and the critical damage you get from your bow and the attack speed you get from the bow, they're all modifying base numbers. They're like the most powerful mods in the game, and it's actually comparatively pretty weak to just use that on plus skill levels. At least for our build. That's probably not the case for like Gas Arrow, which is a very like skill level dependent ability. But for us, it's very true.
No mana.
Ow. I got jumped. All rounding the corner. What's my movement speed? Looks like it's farming really fast. Yeah, I would say if I'm like not otherwise engaged or distracted, it's probably clearing maps in an average of under 2 minutes. Movement speed is 59.1 when we're trucking along with the onslaught buff.
Quick and lethal.
When we take a look at damage, out of combat, we're sitting at 32. Actually, this is bugged right now because I changed my... When you change your gems this patch, the numbers all bug out and they don't change, and it's super annoying. That wasn't what my damage numbers are at. Alright, so this is the first time we've gotten slow siege. See how much breach juice we can squeeze here. We should, in theory, be able to get the entire map.
Another democratic soldier for the cause!
Fury.
I mean, this map was pretty shit for Breach. It started in a corner, and we still cleared, like, probably about 40% of the map. Avery the Great Guide, about to finish Act 2 Cruel, the LA build. Do I use my first greater orb on LA or LR? I would use it on, I would say, probably LA. Yeah, definitely LA. For charge shots. Better mana sustain. Better mana, just way more comfy mana sustain. And extra damage. It's funny, Rising Tempest still works with Lightning Arrow, and it's probably still unintentional that it works the way it does. But it's only 12% damage versus 10% damage on charge shot overall, because it's like 10, 20, 30, like 30% every 3 shots, right? But like the charge shot mana sustain, I just value so much higher than the 2% damage. Just feels really good. Trying to switch off Widow Hail. Only have 10x budget. What stats do I prioritize? Flat damage. As high a DPS as possible on your bow. And if you can get an extra arrow on that bow, even better. But it's not the end of the world if you can't. Especially if it's early on. How goes additional arrow? Additional arrow. So just to like talk about it mathematically, when you fire lightning rod, every rod is dealing the amount of damage listed under average damage per use. Each individual rod does this damage. You can have 20 of them out at a time. So for me, that takes 7 casts to get 20 of them out. If you increase the number of arrows you have, this dramatically cuts down the number of times you have to cast the skill to get your full 20 out, which in turn increases your DPS by magnitudes, like pretty large percentages of DPS just getting lightning rods out quicker. This is true every moment past the first opener of the fight, because every time you fight a boss, except for in Simulacrum, they monologue at you, so you get to drop the 20 on them before the fight even starts. But every rotation after that is boosted DPS based on the number of arrows you fire. And it is very significant. It's like, I can't really give specific examples, but like every individual arrow is like, I don't know, 20, 33% damage, depending. DPS. Like if I go from 3 arrows to 4 arrows, then that's a 33% DPS increase because I'm getting the arrows out 33% quicker. I'm getting my cap out 33% quicker. When you go from 1 arrow to 2 arrow, that's literally doubling your lightning rod DPS because you're getting them out twice as fast. That's kind of why the breakpoint is you want to have at least 3 arrows. And why Scattershot isn't worth it for having 5 arrows, but it is worth it from going from 1 to 3 arrows. Because it's a difference of going from 100% to 200%, from 200% to 300%, and instead going from 300% to 500%. Like less impressive, less significant to go from 3 to 5 than it is to go from 1 to 3. I explained all this pretty well in the update video as well. Like, if anyone hasn't seen that yet, the update video I put out last night is, like, pretty important as far as, like, endgame bossing, because I tried to tackle that hard question all of yesterday and, like, half of the day before, just trying to figure out exactly how we were going to kill pinnacle bosses with this build and have it feel good. You like Breach, PoE 1 or 2 more? I actually didn't really do Breach in PoE 1. I did Delirium, pretty much. I played Sentinel League, and I treated it like Delirium League. Did you update Mobalytics guy with new support gems and everything? I did. It is under the late endgame section. It's a new variant on the Mobalytics page.
late endgame now includes all of the major alterations that you're going to want to make once it's like that page is used for after your build is farming T15 maps. You're feeling good. You're generating currency. It's time to take it to the next level and beat some pinnacle bosses up. At that point, you want to start looking at my late endgame guide. That's like what that is for, basically. Malagaros. I have not tried Malagaros because Malagaros would reduce my critical damage. I have more than 300% critical damage. Is that the glove we're talking about? I can't remember. I think Malagaros is the one that takes your crit damage to 300%. Black Gleam while an A2 is good enough for leveling. Black Gleam. Actually don't know that one off the top of my head. Let's look at it. Black Gleam, PoE2. Oh, it's a quiver. I wouldn't really use it. You want big flat damage on your early game quivers, especially because you don't have very much flat damage. You want a quiver that has these two top prefixes that I have, basically, or like any combination, lightning damage, fire, cold. You don't care enough at that early stage. Just as long as you have big flat damage numbers on your quiver, that's going to have the most impact early game whenever your bow is low on flat damage. All right, we have the Castaway map. I've never played this one. Interested to see what it is. Crash and splinters upon the shores.
It's not better to go for attack and element damage with those. What? Wait, is it just money? Only greater jewel orb to buy a better bow or use it on lightning arrow. I would sell the greater jeweler. I would absolutely sell the greater jeweler because greater jeweler has 0 value if you happen to drop a perfect jeweler. I look at it like that. Since now you can skip tiers, you don't have to ever have used a greater jeweler on something to just perfect jeweler it. Getting that ping problem again. All my actions are delayed. I think it's just a lot of gold. I would sell the greater jeweler to get yourself a better bow because of the way it works now. Like if you drop a perfect jeweler orb, you don't need a greater jeweler orb anymore ever. Because you'll just perfect jeweler the ability and skip greater jeweler tier. So if you have the opportunity to sell a greater jeweler and get a better bow, I would prioritize that over using a greater jeweler that's going to have no value once you get a perfect. Yeah, no problem. Money map. These are actually some pretty fat gold piles. Is there going to be a fourth one down here? Things are expensive. Yup. Especially because lightning is a very popular element this league. It's already popular last league, but now like both of the best builds are lightning physical damage characters.
Too weak, too slow.
Well, 2 of the best builds are lightning damage characters. Okay, there's 4 of them. He looks cool. Oh no. Fine. We're doing a treasure hunt? Is that what we're doing? Wait, it's right here, right? No, you can't go up there. I saw this like X on my mini map. Be like an X marks the spot thing. What's my LA DPS? 36. No, it's like 32k unbuffed. 32k unbuffed. It goes up to I think 66 in combat. Oh, okay. Well, this was a lot less interesting than I was hoping. Holy shit. That's a lot of cash.
Another democratic soldier for the cause.
That was sick, actually. Never mind. Take it back. I was hoping there would be like some kind of puzzle or something you had to decipher. That's fine. All right, Atlas done. Skip some of the crit damage nodes in Atlas and go for attack and element damage ones. That sounds terrible. I'd have to make up like 120% critical damage. I don't want to do that. All right, I want to make currency, but also I would like to level up some more. Doing lightning shrine, or seeking shrine, I mean. Oh, yeah, they're armor gloves. 2300 in Act 3, having fun. Thanks for the guide. Nice, dude.
Yes.
Glad you're enjoying it. What am I focusing on in maps? I am focusing on making currency, having fun, and trying to finish all of my pinnacle encounters, but focusing on the ones that I actually want to farm for currency, that being Breach and Delirium. And Delirium is going to be quite the pain in the ass to do Simulacrum.
Global chat that LA folks are chatting in by chance. You can join my Discord. It's linked below in the Twitch description. I think if you type !Discord, it'll come up as well. Same for YouTube. Quite a few people playing LA Deadeye in my Discord. We also have an in-game guild, if anyone would like to join that. It's been pretty fun. We started, quite a few of us started this league together since we actually got the guild together late last league. So it was pretty fun, like passing gear together through the guild chest to each other to help each other out with the new league, since we were all playing different stuff at the beginning. If anyone wants to hop into the guild, just whisper me in game, Era Viana, because I kind of took my other ranger name in the last league and I didn't know that you couldn't reuse it, so we're Aravina's twin sister in this league. Except our standard league character is like kind of useless now compared to our new one. Oh, the guild is full. Hold on, we can solve that problem. Yeah. 1 second, I will solve this issue. Cost. $100, donate, yes. And extra slots. Okay. I wasn't sure what shows whenever you do that. Oh, the game crashed. Okay. All right. Well, good news is I got more guild space, so I can invite you guys to the guild. Bad news is game crashed. Give me a minute. You see the device either way. Yeah, I would not. Like, we are a crit build. The entire premise of the build is to stack as much critical damage and critical chance as possible. And by far, the best way we scale our character is by critical chance and critical damage. Capping ourselves at 300% just is not good, especially when there aren't other options this league that are comparable. Like, we can't soft stat stack and do the Hand of Wisdom in action anymore. Like, that's kind of gutted this league. Crit is like the only way to go. I really wouldn't advise capping yourself out at 300, especially spending a glove to do it. A glove that could also be giving more critical damage. Kind of funny. All right, we have finished the Atlas. That is done. Now we are free to do whatever we want, however we want it. Okay. Whoever needed a guild invite, just go ahead and re-message me, and I'll get you in. This character name.
Speak.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, we got quite a nice little stash of Ranger memorabilia, especially for guys that are like still coming up through campaign or just getting into early Endgame. Pretty much anything you see in here, it's an upgrade. You can just go ahead and snag it.
just there to help people out, basically. People just put in items that were potentially useful for anybody to take. It's become quite the little stash of gear. If you need any gems, got a bunch of gems. Bias about cast and shock build being outdated. Just tried swapping over to your guide and have gone fairly quickly from struggling on tier 3s to being able to carefully do tier 8. Nice, dude. Glad to hear it. Build saved. Yeah, the cast on shock stuff, it was so goated in 01, but it is dead in this league. Not playable. What are we doing? We're doing whatever we want. I need to lock in on where our best power setups are. Oh, I didn't even spend some of these either. That's another thing we got to consider. There are towers that I just didn't even spend on. Laying all over the place, eh? Oh, that wasn't good. What did I do there? We want to stack towers. Where are we gonna do that? This area should be decently juiced. Yeah, it is. A lot going on here. Guess we'll just play it. Herald proc on Simulacrum. I remember I had trouble with Herald of Ice last league. Well, that's the funny thing. Is last league, my build didn't use Herald of Ice. And it ended up outscaling the competing Lightning Arrow build that was like spamming Herald interactions.
Storming arrow.
And on top of outscaling it, Herald of Thunder does proc on Simulacrum. So it was just infinitely better for Simulacrum.
Face me.
So yeah, Herald of Thunder will proc in Simulacrum for you. League. Ow.
Barely broke a sweat.
Alright, I need to not stand still. Been using this build and it's certified Sigma. Funny. It's a lot of fun. It is easily the most fun I have had in Path of Exile. It is my Seeking Shrine. We get Seeking Shrines now. Well, more often we get Seeking Shrines, and they're boosted. I wonder if we can see the amount of rarity this gives. I'm curious. Does it say anywhere? Oh, this could be big. Rarity Shrine with the Breach. It's gonna run out too soon. It's in a bad spot. Wait, is that a strat? You can get Asmiri spirits to fly through your breach. You can get Asmiri breach mobs.
Thunderous shot.
Game's lagging. Ouch. Yeah, I need to make it so the he yeah, he was proximity tangibility. I need to make it so the filter shows them on the map again. That really sucks having to track them down.
Too weak, too slow.
I just feel like if the filter is showing regal shards on the map, it can definitely show breach shards, breach splinters. I think that would be for the best. Where's the boss at? Up.
Storming arrow.
Wait. I think it was slightly out of my rods. That came down fast. I think it was slightly out of the rods, or it was like I fired the rods behind him because he didn't take any damage. It's weird. What is going on?
Charged arrow.
I have no idea why those guys were so tanky.
What luck?
They weren't even tanky HP wise, they just weren't taking damage. They only had about 2 million HP. Under weapon stats at bottom is rarity? That's whack.
Speak.
How to remount the Rhoa? GG, what is this shit? Can we stop doing this? Been happening all day. Like, I just want to play the game, man.
Do you think taking all the really accessible evasion nodes you have open on your build can be as effective endgame as the crit? Well, the evasion is already effective. The part of evasion that isn't effective is you still get hit by AoEs. Because evasion doesn't help against AoEs. We're going to mitigate that by getting an Allroth's Resolve Flask and stacking about 2,300 or so life by the end of the league. And then we'll be chilling, because you can get an Allroth Resolve Flask up to about 1,500 points of guard, 1,400 points of guard, with a little bit of finagling with the passive tree. And then at that point, like, anything that is going to kill you needs to go through like 2,000 to 2,300 life, 1,500 guard, 30% DR from your tailwind, and it needs to be able to hit you through the evasion to one-shot you. At that point, you're actually pretty tanky. You'll survive anything that comes at you, even in Simulacrum, pretty much. Pretty easily. Alright. The game is crashing again. I am so over this problem. Just lagging out of the hideout, crashing as soon as you load back in. Fix this shit, please. Crashing every like 2 or 3 maps is fucking ridiculous.
What is it?
Regarding electrocution ailment, is that used at all in any of the build versions? No. It could be.
Tier 4 bosses, it might be useful. I'm thinking about reincorporating electrocution depending on how much of a tough time tier 4 bosses give us. Might be a play, I would say. It was last league. Very good last league. Electrocute them. Thing is, this league, they reduced electrocution buildup. I think it was by 45%. So I don't know how good it's going to be. Oh, I was just standing here. I kind of forgot that I was selling something. Not going to lie. That's my bad. Got distracted. Greetings, God Slayer. Yo. 4 to 5 times in a row trying to get in the last 4 of his 4th ascendancy. That sucks. You think taking all the early? I already answered that. Need a hydration check. Got a nice little rarity map here. Need to find somewhere to use it. Oh, yeah. This is 195 rarity of items found in the area. We're going to slam it with a 97 rarity map. See if this gives some juice. We're looking for some juice. Haven't really gotten juice this league yet. Been too busy. How to get the new Atlas boss points feels like it's slightly different. It is the same. I thought it was different, but it apparently is exactly the same.
Fury.
The major difference is you're going to have to find one of the not always available +1s on corruption or +1 on cleanse, because they're not always +1 anymore, but they can still generate as such.
Quick and lethal.
I didn't mean to start that. These are some of the worst breach locations I have ever seen that we've been getting.
Need more time. Thunderous shot. An easy trophy. No mana.
Damn. Didn't quite make it to T6 rewards.
Fury.
I can almost guarantee, by the way, that the final version of this build is going to incorporate a weapon swap tech like the last leagues did for bossing versus mapping,
In my sights.
just to give us as much of an edge as possible against T4s,
I need more mana.
to ensure we can do it at the lowest gear possible. And it's probably going to be some form of crowd control element, whether that be we try to stack on the ability to stun the boss, or if we go for electrocute again, it's going to be one of those two things. So the weapon swap tech last season was you didn't actually switch to a new weapon. What you would do is you would assign points
Speak.
The wi-
as if you were doing a... Let's say, for example, this is a really good example. These 3 points are useless against the boss, right? So instead of doing it like this, you would go weapon set 1. And now these are only active whenever my weapon set 1 is active. And I can take these 3 points, I can spend them on something that's good for bosses. So for example, I could do electrocution build up, and we could instead like electrocuting arrow the boss. We would go weapon set 2, electrocution. Now, whenever I switch weapon set, I don't have a bow and a quiver equipped, but we just shift our bow and quiver to weapon set 2 in front of the boss room. Now we are using the electrocution buildup, and the first strike damage has been put away. So we're going to be doing something like this again for T4 Pinnacles, and that's going to be something that I experiment with, test in the future, and then put in the finalized version of the build. So if you were curious like what the next step is going to be like, it's going to be utilizing this mechanic to get an edge over boss,
Just
basically.
fury.
Speak.
One. Must always be willing to change.
Yeah, they were going to this league. They were going to work in the ability to just do that without changing weapons. So it would just lock your weapon set, and it would just be you press the button, and boom, you're on your other weapon set. But they didn't. They unfortunately did not get that into the game yet. How many in my spirit? I have 151 spirit. Level 85, running tier 15, so have you yet to get a greater jeweler? Are they that rare, or are you just unlucky? I think you're unlucky. That's quite a while to not get a greater jeweler. %. We're doing this thing again where the thing is trashed in my hideout. Alright, I died, didn't I? We need another amelioration. That feels bad. $209. Did I bank any more of those? Yes, 42 of them. Okay. Mm, 30 to 50% increased loot between swaps. How much rarity am I running? I've got 43 on my amulet, 40 on my ring. That's it. Pretty sure? Yeah. So 83 plus the golden charm. It does not seem to help or work. I feel like rarity might be cap. I didn't believe in it last league. I'm giving it a shot this league, and my loot has never been worse. Elon's map tab is underrated. Agree. Everyone should have an Elon's map tab if they have the extra tab.
Thunderous shot.
It's like a memorial to the meme.
I shall overcome. Barely broke a sweat.
Oh, I know what it was. I know why those bosses were tanky. You probably had the reduced damage from critical hits. I forgot that map modifier existed.
Storming arrow.
Hello there.
No mana.
Like waves upon the shore, you will break against my shield.
No mana. I'm out of mana. Charged arrow. Too weak, too slow.
I don't think we dropped a single Exalted Orb. It's like a 200% rarity map. 80% rarity on the character. The juiciest breach. Okay, there's 1x. It's saved. It's saved. Worth. We got 1x. Just detonated the entire tri-state area for 1x. Got 20 splinters. Just doesn't seem very good. Doesn't seem very good at all.
Are you sure about that placement?
Yeah, maybe some logbooks. Maybe some logbooks can turn it around. It also said monster hits can't be evaded. This is I might be dying here, boys. I'm tilted. This is a very bad set of things to make anything do in this game. We are going to fight from over here. This is my battle line. Okay. It was like enemies critically hit on targets at full HP. Cannot be evaded. Deal bonus damage. I thought we were going to get cooked. Alright, that was terrible as well. The loot was decisively not with us here.
Prepare yourself. An easy trophy.
We got 1x. We got 1x out of like a 300 rarity map. I don't know, man. That seems kind of bad.
What is it?
That's the kind of result where I wouldn't be shocked if they come out with a patch and are like, so we accidentally made it so rarity on your character was actually reducing your loot, not increasing it. That was bad. Level Spirit Gem should you use on Rhoa? It doesn't really matter. It only increases its HP. You can increase it if you want eventually, but you don't need to worry about it.
Fury.
Its HP is pretty inconsequential because it's just going to die regardless pretty quickly. No rarity, no loot here either. Let's go gambling. Hey there, TJK.
I need more mana. Barely broke a sweat.
This feels so bad. The ping just is not consistent. Oh, I missed the mirror again. Why is it in a wall?
Fisherman.
Charge, Arrow.
Gotten some new bucks. That guy got destroyed. So am I on? Washington.
Out of mana.
Got like massive input delay on everything I do. Which is not great whenever my only survivability is RNG and my spatial awareness and ability to react. I am on Washington.
No mana. Prepare yourself.
Yeah, that was the other one that's a little bit more exciting than it should be. The Barrias. Barrias aren't very exciting as far as loot.
An easy trophy.
I think I liked it better when I was running no rarity because then the disappointment was less justified.
Out of mana. Fury.
Oh yeah, we've made it to the edge of the map. The circle's still growing at map edge on the north side from the center. That was pretty cool. Live your life in much worse gear. Loots and Trails boss. It's normal to drop around 10k DPS after the respec from latest video, right? Yes. Your tooltip will get worse because well, your lightning arrow DPS is going to go down, but your lightning rod DPS is going to be like double. Which is important. And also your actual DPS of lightning arrow is going to actually go up because you're going to be critting enemies 100% of the time when they're on full life or like 400% damage consistently instead of only some of the time. So overall, your consistent damage and DPS is going to go up, especially like you will deal more damage and DPS harder in maps, and you will deal far more damage in bosses. That's what made that video so important. Is it makes every aspect of the build better. Quality % due on Herald of Thunder a lot. If you quality or Herald of Thunder, if you look at Herald of Thunder quality, lightning bolts strike the target of your next 2 attack hits. It goes from 3 to 5 at level 20, and if you have level 21, it goes from 5 to 6. So it greatly increases the number of bolts you get per kill. It's the most significant thing you can quality about the build. It's the first thing you should quality. Makes your AoE a lot more consistent. The second thing you should quality is Lightning Arrow because it ups the shock chance. And with the better shock chance, that's a much higher chance to proc the Herald of Thunder, which is actually why we haven't spec'd into any shock chance at all this league, is because of the change to Lightning Arrow. How it now has shock chance as its quality buff. Well, we also haven't gone into shock chance because causing a billion shocks doesn't up our DPS anymore. We just need to cause one shock, and that's it. We're out of here. Lag is real. Stream is getting in and out now. Yeah, it's bad. It's really bad.
Yes.
None on Cali. How much evasion is okay for T15s? It's kind of hard for me to quantify that, but if you go into Headhunter Productions and viewers has just joined, say hello. Hello. Hey, Headhunter. Welcome, Raiders. How's it going? Welcome in. We are lagging. Very unfortunate. Big input delays. Yeah, it's pretty bad. This is not good. Not good. I feel like it's the kind of thing that just restarting isn't gonna fix. All right, let's just restart and see if it feels less terrible. That would be nice. All I want is less terrible. It might incentivize an investigation into what's going on. I assumed it was GGG's fault, which, can you blame me? Actually, it feels like it was. It's fine now. Looks like a good sand pit. Well, not really. Okay, I felt like I hadn't spent one of these. Bad. Take this one. Delirium. Quantity's good. Do that one. And irradiation. No, I'm not using acrobatics. Acrobatics is kind of illegal this league until you have a ton of evasion. Probably not going to happen for this build this league. Increased rarity on maps. Be good. I kind of want to try to be quantity pilled instead. Because rarity hasn't been working out. We'll do this because it's Shrine Chance too. We like Shrine Chance. Wasn't this one? It was inventory out of here. Need to zoom out even further. They need to add even further zoom. It's not far enough. This is not the tower I'm looking for. This one? No. It was a bluff. A lot of thingies. A lot of thingies on that map. Oh, shit. This part sucks. Make it so we can search for this shit, please. I keep finding this one tower. It was near another tower. It was to the west, I think. It's this one. Okay, perfect. Hot damn. Okay. Not doing Valve Factory. But I am forced to. Looks good. Let's do it.
This is all in your head.
Storming arrow. Prepare yourself. And recover.
It is not better. Later, humble Leonidas. Have a good night. I'm dead. I'm not. I looked over at the chat whenever I was walking through that. Opinion on armor. Oh, the armor? No, that armor's trash.
No mana.
That armor's so bad. What's the point in having a bad version of acrobatics that gives no evasion? It's almost as bad as having real acrobatics. Your chest piece is the main source of your total evasion. Having a piece that has terrible evasion in your chest piece means you're basically not even an evasion build. It's just a different way to pay for acrobatics. This is Quite the experience.
Barely broke a sweat. Fury! Face me.
Well, we got a rarity shrine with nothing left to kill. That's unfortunate. This is the most wasted rarity shrine ever. It's not acrobatics. It's bad acrobatics. Read acrobatics and read Hiri. It's a bad version of acro. All it takes to disable it is being hit within the last 4 seconds. And in exchange, your chest has like 50% less evasion than it could have. Huge. Finally, some juice. And it's on a map that isn't even juiced. Rarity's fake. Is that a drop filter you have? Yeah. This filter is by Sensei. It's pinned in my Discord under the PoE loot filter section. Words of Wisdom 2.0. Stack gold and strong boxes on your map. I don't really want to do strong boxes. I know strong boxes are decent, but I'd rather do shrines. If you have like 90 plus evasion in this league after the evasion nerfs, you might as well just be running real acro. Because you could run a real chest and then run acro. And then nothing would hit you 75, like 75% of the time, nothing would ever hit you. Bug is going on. Yeah. It's bad. Reconnection successful.
I think I'm gonna call it a night. The server connection's like pretty bad for me. Pretty unplayable. I'm pretty sure whenever I closed the game, it just like shut my stream off even, which is weird. Wait, it never even came back on. That's messed up. All right, yeah. We're calling it a night.